Beepo. Ooh, where'd my mouse? What's my mouse doing? That was weird.
Oily rag. I like oily
Johnny.
rag.
I guess the outside light is still on. Giddy. It's 5:40 here. I stole it. Bone Totem. Well, it's Stasis, really. I don't know what the Bone Totem's really referring to. Maybe we'll find it. What was I doing? Trying not to die, I think. The maggot. Acid? Figurehead. I don't know if I should go in there. What's this little dude doing? Mr. Bear. What is Mr. Bear doing? Maybe the S is for Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear has to deal with this. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Welding rods. Maintain. Recording device. Any reason I might want to, like, record this thing? But it's, like, for underwater. Apparently I do want to record it, though.
I do not like these sounds. They are wrong.
The cries. I remember them from my fugue.
Fugue?
Somehow.
Now we have them.
I don't want them.
Hmm. What the hell? Metal sticks. Welding rods. What was this guy doing? I have no idea. That's another zone. Broken bridge. Is this game good? Yeah, it's good. Hey Chrono, hey Quiet Edgar. As long as you like point and clicks and puzzles. If you don't like point and clicks or puzzles, you might not like this game. Stonehead. Aliens. They're aliens. Probably. What is this? This is... Organic sampler. What do I need to sample? You know what? What could I try to sample? Can I sample that? Even if I can, I don't... Okay, I wasn't supposed to do that. Whoa! This is probably bad. Charlie! I wasn't sure if I could, like, go forward and then we'd see something that we have to interact with or not. Oops. Sorry. Sorry, kitty. Apparently get an achievement for every death you find. Sayonara. I need to contact these guys, get them to remake Martian Gothic. Street Fighter looks decent. Diablo 4 looks like Diablo, which I'm bored of. Still bored of after 20 plus years or whatever. I did play it a lot back then, though. It does, because you have 3 characters. Yeah, this game is a lot like Martian Gothic. Just no combat. Which Martian Gothic's combat doesn't work anyway, so... guess that's fine. So I recorded that little dude. I thought maybe I needed to put the recording... somewhere. Like in here. Like maybe we want to get it, I don't know. Get it in here somehow. But like, we're not actually in there. I don't know how I would get it in there. I wonder if I can combine something that I'm just not thinking of. I don't know why I'd want to combine this with this here, but you know. Here, have some acid. Wait. Figurehead. Skeleton. What's up here? I didn't even see this direction earlier.
Oh my. It's amazing.
Is that what I think it is?
Old boat.
Like a toy?
Toy boat.
It's a Spanish galleon.
Oh,
It
Spanish
must have
galleon.
sunk and crashed into the top of the chamber.
Not yesterday
What the heck was
either.
that giant
How
fish
old is this
thing?
place? Old. Far older than the ship.
Warning. Major structural instabilities detected. Use caution when working around this artifact.
Careful around that thing. Could dislodge really easy.
The deck looks intact. I'm going in it.
Charlie? Why?
I have the barest beginning of a thought.
This woman.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. At least she has thoughts. You don't have any thoughts. As far as I can tell. Evo. Ooh.
I'm in the captain's quarters. The wood is really rotten here.
Warning. Energy reserves below 10%.
You're running out of time, Charlie. She is not the only one.
I think we're all running out of time here. What is octopus? Hi, octopus. Are you friendly? Albino octopus. Wow, those are rare. Huh? What's that?
Amazing.
It is pretty.
Pretty.
Everything this must have seen.
Yes. Especially at the end.
Yes, death. Death. What does this say? It says... Oh, wait. 603, 2 are wrong. 2 are correct, but wrongly placed. So we got... 1 is correct and well placed. 2 are correct and wrongly placed. So 3 could be at the... No, wait. 2 are correct and wrongly placed. 3 cannot be here then, because nothing is correctly placed here. So it's not 3 that's in the correct spot there. It's 1 or 2. 1 is correct, but wrongly placed. Okay, it could be 1. 1 is correct, but wrongly placed. Could be 8. 8 could be last. Nothing is correct. 8 is not involved. That means 1 is correct and wrongly placed. No. 0 is correct, but in the wrong place. Because the 1 is in... Okay. 3 is... Yeah. Well, that means 0's first. Not 3. 6.
Oh, what do we have here?
Potassium permanganate. A
Potassium.
disinfectant. And deodorizer.
Ooh.
We could use a lot of that.
If it still has efficacy, it's ancient.
We're gonna be rich. It's an artifact of an ancient legend. Ancient deodorant, I guess. Beepo? Souvenir to hold on to if we find a way out. There's gotta be something special about this, though. Welding. Probably gonna end up being him. Anyway. It is kind of weird, though, compared to Martian Gothic, where you don't have to, like, do anything to just transfer items, like, at all. They have something that teleports items, so I don't really know what it is. They mentioned it, but, of course, they don't explain how it works, because it wouldn't make any sense anyway.
Warning. Major structural instabilities detected. Use caution when working around this artifact.
The bow of that thing could come apart any second, Charlie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna drop the boat on the maggot. Look at this little fishy thing. Its jaw. Looks dangerous. The only thing is, I don't exactly know, like, the acid's probably not going to work in the water. Maintains infrastructure, but that's... we need something. Obviously. Obviously, we need something. But what? Thermite ingredients. Potassium. So we found potassium. Here. We need to make thermite. What are the ingredients again? Diablo 4 looks different. Aluminum. Ferric oxide. Are you aluminum? Are you aluminum? Ace Master, thanks for 11 months.
Film Big Dodo Film 7
Dodo.
Film Big Dodo.
Aluminum? Dodo? No. Wait, these are aluminum, right? Yeah, these are aluminum. That's aluminum. What am I trying to do? Make thermite? But how do I make thermite? I need, and then... What am I gonna do with thermite? Is that how I'm gonna blow up the... This is iron. Can you take these out or something? No? What was the other one? Aluminum. 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 Ferric oxide. The hell is that? I don't think it's this. Acid and bag. The bear is like, I hear bubbling noises. Is it a fizzy drink? No, it'll kill you, Mr. Bear. Fire melts stuff. Yes, Mr. Bear. Crunchy sound. Okay. Why does the monster get to sing into it but not me? You know. Massaging this into my fur to be beautiful like hope. Why are they collecting metal sticks? The fire inside has died. Wait a minute. Put the cookie down. What if... I don't know. What if... Why would this work? What am I doing? What if I did something intelligent? Algae. I don't think there's much for this fella to do right now. He's got this to look at. This is circle, or whatever that's worth. The check mark with the square above it. Pajos. Pajo. Acid thing. Aluminum. Here, have a black. Oh, I could do something with that. Ah, pile of rust. That'd be the whatever oxide. That's what rust is, right? Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Or I might be right. Right or wrong? There's strings attached to me? Strings? What strings? This is Stasis Bone Totem. Essentially, it's Stasis 2. Stasis 2. Here, take this tag. Give me the powder. I don't really know. Maybe mix? No. Aluminum. Yeah, ferric oxide. So I have the 3 ingredients, but I don't know what to put it in, really. Thermite. Thermite. Hey, Vlad. Green strings. Here? This guy? Wait, what? Green. Hmm? Strings? What strings? Despite apparent age and deteriorate. Crane. Huh? Green strings. Huh? What green strings? These? Oh, that's just stuff I can... Well, green is the ones stuff you can just look at. And blue is stuff you can interact with. But yeah. Yeah, I did Capcom's new survey about what to... At the end it asks what to remake. Which of course I said Code Veronica. Potassium, ferric oxide, aluminum, then meet me in the pantry. The pantry? Where the hell's the pantry? I'm guessing most people are going to end up writing Code Veronica who bother to do the thing. There's this thing. I still have no idea what to do with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these thingies. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Pantry raid. Is this the pantry? Because I don't know how to get in here. Is this gonna be... We're gonna make an explosive, attach it to this, and... Probably. This will be like the door you blow up in Martian Gothic. But I don't know how to, like... You told them to do RE3 again? No, don't waste your votes. It's not really a vote. We're not voting on what the Capcom's gonna do. That'd be weird, though, if Capcom actually did that. It's like, hey, guys, vote on what game we should make next. And we'll actually do that. That'd be probably stupid for them to do. But I can see why they're trying to gauge interest on what remakes. But I mean, there's for as far as I can tell, there's no reason for them to not remake Code Veronica 0 and 1 at this point. Like, I just don't see a reason not to. Because they're just making money off remakes, and those are the 3 games they have left that are viable. Well, Outbreak's also a viable remake, but of the single player, and 0 is potentially co-op. 0, like, could be a lead into Outbreak. At least style-wise. What the heck am I even doing? Acid's gotta do something. Bionic Commando, that actually happened during, like, the edgy era, and it was really bad. Don't look, guys, it's weird. I don't really know what to do with that either. No, I don't know what to do with a lot of things. I don't know what to do with myself, you know? Like, who am I? What am I? Why am I? I think I know where this goes. Where am I sending this thing?
What is this?
It did not stay long.
Perhaps it needs more motivation.
Does it need food? have food, do I? Are you? Is this food? Can you be food? What does that thing even want? It's a toy bear that like she improved the AI on it, I guess. It was her daughter's bear. So it probably didn't do much originally, but now it can like hack and stuff. Okay, so I know where this goes, but I don't know how to get that thing to move away from the vent. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, it's isometric and barely modern graphics, so yeah. But this game, you don't have to grind for loot or sit there and fight the same enemies for 100 hours. Or depending on what class you picked, not even fight them, just let the minions fight them. I don't know. Like, every so often I want a brainless game, but for the most part I want games that at least use my brain a little bit. And Diablo's probably not one of those. Because it's not. I think that's probably why I don't really care about the the Left 4 Dead style genre anymore, or Diablo style games, or looter shooters in general. Globe. Octopus. Like, I have a general idea of what we need to do. I just don't know how to go about it. It's like those three are the ingredients, but I don't have anywhere to like mix them unless we find... I can move the icons. What the hell? That's funny. Not that it matters. Brain monster. So I need to give it a reason to go stay there, which would be probably food, but... You can't do anything, really, can you? It did go in here, but... What can analyze this? That's another question. Something to read the data. I guess I can't use, like, this computer, though. Wallpaper. Like, what even... I have no idea what this... There's probably, like, a picture somewhere that's going to show the pattern, but I don't really know... My favorite Sonic the Hedgehog character? I don't even really know... I don't know much about Sonic. I know there's, like, this blue guy. Some sort of blue fellow. Inventory tag? No. Can you open this? No. This guy, I think, has the least territory to work with. It's got this, but this doesn't... PDA and dead body. Alright, you might have something to do. Let's see. I mean, I know what I want her to be able to do, but I don't know if she can... She wants to knock this into the maggot or whatever that's below. Hmm. Yeah, big maggot thing guarding the cave, or on top of the cave. Okay, she can't go anywhere, I guess. What's up there? Can she go somewhere? Maybe she can go somewhere. What the... What? She can go here, but this is... Let's see if there's anything, Yeah, I don't see anything here. No wonder kids are furries these days. Doesn't go back to like Space Jam though? Or Space Jam? Nope, I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see. From inside up. That's what Space Jam is. He's only got this to look at, and it's not even something he can really look at anymore. It's gotta be on the bear. I just don't know what I'm missing here. Like, we don't have, like, the screwdriver or the fuse anymore. This has to be... There's gotta be something I can do here. Collectibles. Yeah, I know. Lisa Simpson. Yep. Lisa Simpson, though. I don't know what that computer does. I know what this does. But it doesn't, Sounds familiar? Yeah. Just trying random stuff. Doesn't have to make any sense. Like... 3 suits. Pantry. Oh. I think this is Lisa's PDA. Lisa. You know, she talks about this dog, but it's like a dog that... I don't think they would just turn it into RE4. I think at this point, if they remake it, they'll make a faithful remake. I think they've kind of learned after RE3. Also, it's just easier to make a faithful remake than reinvent things, I suppose. What am I looking at here? They're gonna put Ashley into Code Run because that makes Ashley would be like 14 or something. Two. Does that mean something? There's always 2. 2, 2, 3, 1. Nothing's on this. I don't know. I think I'm stuck. I'm confused. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think we're going to see fixed camera again. No. At least not with mainline Resident Evil games. Maybe they'll do something, but like a side game or something, but who knows. Just light it on fire. Rubber. No, what Steve should be is more... Claire should just treat Steve like a kid. That's all they really need to do. And he's a kid compared to her. What the hell? What am I missing? Is this toe tag? Tell us anything? Industries Square. Wait, 265. IIF. If Smart Bear dies, you're gonna be upset. I kind of think Smart Bear is gonna... Something's weird's gonna happen with Smart Bear. And this entity we've been talking to, or supposedly person we've been talking to. Pour acid on computer. There has to be something... Disinfectant and deodorizer. Pretty. Time. Yeah, we need to dislodge the ship. I mean, at least you get every single note is logged. Or every piece of dialogue, everything you've read. For the most part. Arrowhead, that is the source of the infection. I am surrounded by idiots. Arrowhead. The maggot. Okay, we found the maggot, obviously. It's that gigantic thing on the boat. Or by the boat. Wait, they said the key is an arrowhead? Wait, what is that? Key. Is that a clue? Was that actually a clue? I don't know. Arrowhead is the source of infection. Like, what even is selected right now? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I missed something when I did this. No movement. Okay, that was Mr. Bear. Yeah, Mr. Bear looking at the camera. There's the critter. And then the critter left, because there was nothing there. Where the hell is the pantry? The pantry might be that... If the pantry's that locked door, though, then the thermite's not for the locked door. Beta version of Code Veronica? Is there, like, info on that? Even older, it originally was Jill, I think, and then... It's interesting, because if you look at RE2's epilogue, both, like... It seems like both Jill and Claire... Or not RE2, RE3's epilogue. Seems like both Jill and Claire are looking for Chris. But, like, what doesn't make sense about any of that is that Chris is fine. Which I think that's what they should change. Just make it a Claire-Jill game. Make Chris not fine. Pile of rust. Hope love chocolate sprinkles. This is the most stuck I've gotten in this game. Like, there just has to be a clue to either that computer puzzle or... I don't know, something that I just flat out missed. The brain's been opened. Pink jeans. Pink jeans just sounds weird. Hack to the brain. Well, inside the brain is pretty weird. Something C555? Huh? I don't know if that's an important thing, though. Yeah, that's stuff from the Soviet shit they found. She didn't wear pink jeans, she just wore pink. I guess they were kind of jean shorts. I like this game. I'm stuck, though. I'm stuck. I mean, I like full-length pink jeans just sounds weird to me. Yeah, and they were more reddish. Like, Claire's color is red. Her main color. I don't even know what this is. What the hell was that noise? I mean, it looks like we're gonna have to find like a circular key with a that's shaped like that, but the backside of this seems like a circle, but wait, what is this even? It doesn't go there, I guess. I mean, I know we need the aluminum plus this and this to make the thermite. But I don't really know where any of it goes. And she can't seem to combine into this jar or anything. Unless she can't open it. Maybe he needs to open the jar for her. Maybe it's the lid's too tight. I don't... No. That would be a bit much. Claire was 19, yeah. No. Hey, Ryan. Powder. I mean, she has to combine to powders, right? But no, that's not it. That's not it. Then there's also this. And then I also have that acid. What the hell do I... You'll be 30. Don't worry. I was in and out of parents. Now I have parents' house, just no parents. So I guess I live with them, they just are gone. I have this. For now. This cat. Pay rent. You probably get better rent, though, than normal people's rent, I would at least hope. One limp electro shrimp. There's definitely something to this as well, but I don't know what it is. You think Claire should have been like 20? No, I think it's fine that she was... I mean, the motorcycle at 19 is... But I mean, she was raised by Chris, not like... And he trained her and stuff, so... And she's probably sort of rebellious and independent because no parents, really, besides Chris, so... I think it fits that she was already doing some of, or was already like had a motorcycle and stuff. I mean, I knew people had motorcycles in college. I don't see why Claire couldn't. At what age did Claire start using the steroids? I don't know. Well, I think part of it is the Claire, like, no parents, so Chris had to take, like, Chris is how many years older than Claire? Like 6 or 7? So... if he was 18 or whatever and she was like 11. This brain thing is kind of like almost fear and hunger level of weird. What's inside it? They have Claire kind of act like Chris sometimes. Sort of. Like in Rev 2, she uses like similar phrases when communicating with the second character. I don't know if it was intentional or that's just what happened. I'm old. Don't look at it, it's really weird. It's really weird. Rust. See it? Why? So... my assumption is, because they're using organics to power a computer, so the brain, that they needed some way to feed it. So they put that inside the brain. That's my theory. Because if the computer's alive, or part of it is, something has to keep it alive. Because they figured out how to, like... this one's a bear. He's an AI bear. AI bear. Kid's toy that the engineer modified to be Smart Bear. Smart Bear. See, we need to get the thermite to drop this onto the maggot so that we can go through the cave. Like, I know that's what we need to do, but I don't know how to actually get the thermite. I thought the organic sampler was for the brain, because that's organic and fluid. But it's not. Cyberpunk Winnie the Pooh? I guess. Just maybe there's something you can do? I mean, like... maybe there's a direction I haven't seen. Can't go over there. Smart Bear. Oh, you can zoom in? Why did I think I couldn't zoom in this whole time? I swear I tried this. These kind of look like pre-renders. I don't think they are, but they do look potentially like them. Maybe they are. They actually could be. Actually, you know what? I think they are. Do you think these are pre-renders? I kind of... Bogstone, thanks for the follow.
I like the way you scream.
I mean... so something else maybe I want to, like... we've already got acid out of there. Maybe I want to, like, burn something in it. I don't know what it would be, but... or maybe... here, take that. Yeah. Need the tag. Feels like breaking the rocks open to find what it is made would have been quicker. Where's the oily rag? That's what we just need an oily rag, and then we'll figure everything out.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
Mac and cheese. Does this look like anything? This circle thing? It's like a wheel. And the top one is circled with the... Sandbags. Protrusions. There's some giant alien's body here. Stone. Oh, there's stone. Like, I don't have anything that really resembles a key right now. I don't think the inventory tag's gonna work. I thought I could just, like, dump acid on this thing, but it doesn't seem to work. Aluminum welding rods. We are stuck. Very stuck. Well, I want to get this door open. That's where the guy who's been talking to us that we don't know is supposedly behind this. No, I'm pretty sure there is something we still do with that brain thing. This is the one, though, that, like, the security terminal. This will probably, like, do something for sure. It's just... I have no idea where to start here. Sudoku? No. Like, why is this red? And then from there... Why? Arrow. Sort of. I don't know what I'm doing. I wonder... Maybe, like... Because this is
Do you want me
locked.
to take care of this for you, little boy?
What about... Do you think one of these shapes mean something? Like, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 5 this way. Little boy, that'd be hilarious. If they actually keep that. People think. Let's just make a pattern. There.
Stupid man thing!
I'm a stupid man thing. How am I gonna do a puzzle? I don't understand. Oh. Lady D. Is over. Move over, Lady D. It's time for Alexia. Luna. I have the thermite ingredients. I have them. Then meet me in the pantry. Where the hell's the pantry? And that's actually a note from him though. Or like, what if no Rodster? Where would I even mix this stuff? I mean, are they referring to the kitchen on the ship? If they're referring to the kitchen on the ship, then I probably can't get there right now. The stupid man thing's a good line for this stream, because that's basically everything I do is stupid. Hello, octopus. Big Octo? Is that you? You're not purple, though. It's an albino. It doesn't seem to be a threat. Yeah, I can't put anything back in here. This is where we found this. Potassium. No fungus. Wait, it kills... Wait, this is not the ingredient. Wait, this is something else. Wait, what were the 3 ingredients? A fungus. Is there something where... No, it is. Potassium. I'm not sure there's... Potassium permanganate. No fungus it cannot kill. Does anyone have like a fungus in the way of something? I don't think so. Joppas. This is a big cat. Wow. This thing makes some funny noises, doesn't it? Mooder music, it's just too long, you know, and very obstructive. I mean, it's fine like with speedruns and stuff, but Just shorten it. Maybe if I stare at it, like the answer will just appear to me. So why is 1-1 red? Why? Why? We need a meeting of the minds. Not that we have very many. Not compatible with your firmware. Barry? Where's Barry? Barry? The one on the door? You wonder? Is there something to this? A depressed hitman that finds joy in acting class? Whoa. I don't really see anything in this blood. I'm stoked. Kind of a weird spot for this circle. I don't even know what that is. Is there any chance? No, I tried that. No. We've lost a lot of
underscore of
this one.
underscore C gifted a tier 1 sub to Center Keys. They have given
Don't worry,
17
we haven't done
subs in the
anything. I've
channel.
just been stuck. Key, thanks for this gifted sub to Center Keys. From key to keys. No, we haven't done anything today. We've just been stuck. Like, I know we need to knock this something down here. Like, I think this is where the thermite goes. But I don't know how to make the thermite. The bridge. Mac's kind of stuck. I don't think he can do anything right now. The big brain is cut. Or it's opened. Tara, what are you doing? Cat. Hmm. 4 hours or 2 hours of nothing. Hour and a half, actually. Yeah, an alien. Actually, we didn't cut open the brain. An alien popped out of it and ran away, I think. Oh, wait, that was. No, wait. No, we cut the brain. The alien was in the escape pod. I've tried like every item on the brain's leftovers that I can. Like the most logical one is this, because there's an organic thing to potentially sample, but this just shorts. Boo cat. Hey Boo. We don't really have. We also need, the other thing we need is something to get the attention of the creature more than just the voice. Or more than just the recording. See, there it goes. It moved, like you see it on screen, then it leaves. And then they said we need something more to keep its attention in that room. So I assume some kind of food. Which may be from the brain, but, like, I can't... And then there's this. Like, I can't find a picture or anything that really matches up with this thing. Alright, Wicked. Have a good day. Happy birthday. Maybe there is something in the logs. So it would have to be like Lisa or maybe Roger, maybe. But, like, Lisa would make the most sense. Roger? Roger? We'll never find Roger. Doesn't matter how many games we play. PS 139. I think we need to get the sample from this creature. The doctor's waxing part about an arrowhead that is the source of the infection. Mr. Skullwalker. Pet algae. This is the dude that was outside, though. He's not going to be the right. Eating at your own blood. Can you... use it on yourself? I don't think there's any way to, like, self-use. Like, get blood? I doubt. If he can't do it, I don't see why she would be able to. SH1 with all side mission. Didn't I do that last time? I got, like, the good ending... and I went into... I found... yeah, I did that last time, didn't I? Did I miss something? Aggressive organic sampling. Oh, it drills in. Okay, it's probably not for people. The drugs? I got the... yeah, I saved Kaufman. I did all that, yeah. Saved Kaufman and Sybil. It just randomizes this too, so I don't really... like, it makes sense to be able to get a sample from this, but I've tried. And yeah, it's really weird. Just don't... it is very weird. What if... yep. Like, as far as I can tell, you can't just pick up an item and then use it somewhere. It's always you interact with something and then there'll be locations you can do stuff. So, like, and this guy's just got the paper, which says how to make thermite. And there's this computer, which has some pictures. RKSP workbench. 98110. Are these wallpapers hiding anything? That would be kind of devious. I don't even know what that wallpaper is meant to be. I wonder what these numbers. We have like 4 down and then 5 across. There's like 5 symbols, but I don't see those symbols anywhere. Maybe we saw some of them earlier. Sybil side campaign. There was the play novel where you could play as Sybil. That was exciting and pretty silly. Was? Select subsystem. Do any of these even like have stuff about a subsystem? I need a search function. C14 sample. There's that was for another puzzle. See, going this far back in the logs is probably wrong now, like, because it's just too far back. Probably too far back. PS 139. There's not really anything about subsystems. Meh. Abandoned James. Silent Hill 2 reference? James?
Hope I don't have to write a report on this.
Rebirth. Did you get it off? Yeah. Oh, VR. Please select subsystem. They are brave and strong. The creature from the brain. Yeah, oh yeah, creature did. What the hell? Scary things. Yeah, so a critter came out of the brain as well as... No. Smart bear. I don't know. Smart bear, what is answer? Broadcasting auto into artifact storage. Locked. Okay. And then this room is artifact storage. Is it? This jerk is in the way. And we definitely have to put something. What if I just... I don't know why closing it. I don't... Give me that stuff. What am I doing? Now, this time the door is closed? I don't think that's gonna make a difference. So. There it goes. Whoa. See, it like ran over here and back. But clearly I need to put something on this wall so it stays. But fire melts stuff. Do I need to melt rust? I don't think so. I feel like I've tried everything. Obviously I'm missing something, but I still feel like I've tried everything. Shadow Man? That's because I was very lost and very confused. Rod redeemed it. That was the drill part, which went pretty well. Floral, okay, acidic blood, yes. Collapsed bridge. Make sure it stays in the lab. I didn't see the Ascension trailer. It was all CGI FMV. That's the weird one, right? Yeah, that's the weird one. I don't... You can still interact with the acid, but I don't really... Oh, the one that's supposed to be, yeah, the multiplayer. What if... Like, why make a game like DBD? There's already DBD. Well... Anyone got some ideas? It's interesting that we still have this torch. Because it's empty. I don't think any of these things could work with the torch, though. Potassium torch, sure. Aluminum. This picture, which looks like a Stargate or something, but you can't like move these around or anything, so if there is something important, it's here, but Maybe the subsystem is like the put out the, maybe there's a subsystem to put out the fires, but even if there is, I don't really know. Yeah, that's the weird, like, choose your own adventure sounding one by, like, J.J. Abrams or whatever. I don't know what that one is. Like, my thought is, maybe, yeah, maybe there is, like, a like, subsystem could be, like, sprinklers or... But the problem is, like, I have nothing. Nothing. I don't know who... Yeah, I don't think that's a video game, that Ascension thing, either. Acid. Acid. No. Well, someone needs to get big Stasis, because we're stuck. And we're no getting out of this one. What the heck? Screaming? Who's screaming? Nobody's alive. Well, he's alone. At least in where he is pretty sure he's alone. At least you're not on a timer, even though she's technically running out of air, but... I don't think there's any reason to have a timer, because then... You'd just be silly. Because you just keep loading the save anyway. Are there any other possibilities? This guy's PDA is probably not going to be useful for this. Because he was stuck down. He was down here. Same old Roger. Who's Roger? Oh yeah, this guy's Roger. Hey, look, we found Roger. No, we found Roger a while ago. Finally, Roger. Oh my goodness. Can this do anything for me? I don't think so. Because I already... Yeah, this report. Rover. What if there's a whole path over here I didn't see? I kind of doubt it, but... You know, there might be. Doesn't look like it, though. Crane. And then in here, there's essentially nothing. Where she crashed. Tracks. Outcrop. Entrance. Summer's too hot. Stalagmites. Dead diver. PDA. Floor. Floor. Actually, it has been... It's been a weird year. A lot of rain. A lot. For here, anyway. It rained like it rained like almost every day for a while. It was just weird. I'm basically in a desert. I'm in Southern California. There's always a drought or something. It just kept raining. Barrels. The mast. Big fishy. Streaming light. C for ceiling. What? Barnacles. Pathway? Did I miss? Aft. What is... You can't really miss a path because all these little lines, you know? I mean, you sort of can. I have, but... like, that means the item has to be really far away. I can walk over here? Sort of. Old ship bow. Like, this guy has so little space, I wonder if I'm missing a pathway, but it doesn't seem to be. Palisade. Like, what the hell is this? This has to be the thing that's probably next. Yeah, like... I have not turned hits on. Bear can't take out his own brain cell and use it or whatever, like... Bear's by himself if he... Yeah. I have not turned any hits on though. I could. There's an achievement for not using the hints. Dead brain. I don't know. I'll take any ideas at this point.
Do you want me to take care of this for you, little boy?
Yes, please. Your Amazon review of what? There it goes. It runs around and goes back.
What is this?
What is this? To record his thoughts. I'm not unstuck. I don't know what to do. How do I know what's a subsystem? Trees. Up. It's an up arrow. What could the up arrow mean? Does that mean something? And Mr. Bear has all the items. Can anything help me? Empty torch, unconscious scrubber, survey data, acid, rust, inventory tag. This stuff, aluminum, lighter. Empty organic sampler. Which I thought was for something, or for the brain, but apparently not. And then this, which already has the recording of the monster. Charlie can repair or combine, Mac can break or bend. I don't seem to have anything to break or... I've tried every, like, item I can... Let's try everything. But I've tried all this, so it's not gonna work. Mechanism and fluid survived this long, so I guess we just have a working lighter, which I'm sure will do something, but do I have to go through every... I mean, I guess I can go through every item like this. It's just not fun, but... And most of this is dumb, what I'm trying, but... What am I gonna do with that tag? Alright. So bottle's done. Now let's try this thing. Okay, you go there, bottle. We try all the items. All of them. Doesn't have to make sense. We just try. Yeah, but I don't think I have what I need. That's the problem. Like, I don't know what to do. Okay, we'll do lighter. Okay, you're done. So you're done, and you're done. It's kind of like the desperation move here. Lighter done. That down. Acid. Yeah, we simply don't have what we need. Or if we do, I don't know where to use it. Hints. Hints. How do I get a hint? Yeah, I don't know how I get a hint though. How do I get a hint? Hints show up when you're watching. Okay. Huh?
This door won't budge. Its gears are locked tight. The gears are metal. And metal can be moved by magnets.
I don't have a magnet. No more achievement. Yeah, I didn't have hints on until I just turned them on. I mean, we don't have the only magnet. Yeah, we don't have a magnet anymore. I don't remember what it was used on. Achievements are a hoax. Yeah, I guess. This doesn't have a hint, I guess. And dude runs by. It turned on hints and the only hint was worthless. What if I'm like the only person who got stuck here and I'm just stupid and I haven't seen something I should have seen? But if that was the case, I would think somebody would here might have seen something. Sure, I've been stuck here for like 2 hours. I don't get it. I don't have any anything magnetic really. What one? Like around here? Like, yeah, you can pick up items and use them again, but I don't have a... like, the magnet's not anywhere nearby. It's gone. That magnet? The old magnet? You would think I'd know how to figure everything out, but sometimes I don't. The only thing that has any electricity is this thing, but... I've tried using that. Ew. This thing. There's that, but that's not, like, interactable. Don't mind whatever this is. It's normal. It's all normal. It's all normal. Flames. Smoldering wires. The game didn't give a hint. It gave a hint, but it's like a hint that doesn't matter. Like I give, like... It's like a fake hint. I've tried combining everything. Oh, I'm sure that hint will apply later. It just doesn't matter, and it's probably something I would have figured out anyway. I don't know how, like, that's the, like, I just turned on hints, like, I haven't had them on the whole time. But that hint was useless. And that's the, seems to be the only hint here, even though, like, this place is, like, the most like, everything else we got through pretty easily. Yeah, there's some spots that took some time, but... There it goes. Like, why isn't there a hint for this? Hi, buddy. Or the freaking subsystem thing. What if my game's broken? Could my game be broken? Well, when the hint showed up, it was a gigantic question mark up here, so... I don't think they have any hints. Like, I think a hint shows up when you're interacting with something. Like, there could be one here, but there isn't. But I'm pretty sure I know what she needs to do. She probably needs the thermite, I would assume. And then this, there's nothing left here. Yeah. And then he's got like nothing to do. He's got like 2 rooms. And he's already found... He got the acid from here. There is still a circle here, but... What the hell, man? Yeah, that's the only hint I have. And it's not a very useful one. Maybe a dev will show up. Dev, am I stuck? Any devs? So we definitely want to get that thing in here, I guess. Which one has a down arrow? What the heck do I want to light on fire too, if anything? You would think this would need would be a good spot for a hint. Whatever the hell this is. How do I select a subsystem? I don't understand what this even is. It changes every time you go into it. So obviously you're just supposed to like find a pattern, but based on what? And why is this one red? And who the hell's yelling? Who the hell are you? I have no idea. This one has an up there. It's locked. Like I looked through any notes that were like semi-recent too. I haven't seen anything really about subsystems. If I stare at it long enough, will a hint show up? Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Do we have an idea yet? I've been pointing and clicking everywhere. Almost. Well, yeah, but I don't know how. I don't know how to... Like, you obviously have to put something here. It's just like, what? I have nothing that... Like, I would have some kind of food for it, but... See, there it goes. Big circle. Well, the recorder I'm using in there to put the sound in here. And then there's a spot here. Hey, that actually worked on something, okay. Stuck for days. What is, like, there's not much here, and you can, there's like a thing that shows you everything you can interact with, which is why I'm starting to get, like, I'm kind of concerned. Well, we're just not on a timer. I'm sure the fire would, like, I'm sure the fire is kind of scary for them, but well, I kind of think one of the subsystems might put out the fire, but I don't understand this whole like this security terminal at all. Like, what? Select a subsystem. How? I can't. Like, I need something extra. That's what I've been trying to do. Is lure the monster from the vent. But I don't know what I need. I can get it to run out, but it won't stay out. So I need to put, I'm assuming something over here. But I can't, I've tried every item. None of them work. It's not timed because, well, it specifically said we need something else the first time I tried it, and I can't move. I can't, like, go now. So you'll see it. You'll see the monster kind of run. See? Goes through. And now I can move again. There's nothing you can even interact with here. There, you used to be able to click on the monster to, you know, see a death, but reloading. But I started with today here. And I can load again, sure. Huh? Is this the same? Yeah. Wait. Where's that manual save I made? Yeah, this is like literally the same spot 2 hours ago when I started the... Alright. Yeah, this is the exact same situation, just 2 hours less playtime. I think. No, it's not quite the same. This is a little bit before. This is... Okay, she's... Okay, this is before I clicked on that for some reason. Like this... Like you can die here. But I'd like... If you try to go in there. What if the game actually was broken? Okay. This is where we started today. You know, 3 hours ago.
Oh my. It's amazing.
Is that what I think it is?
Like a toy.
It's a Spanish galleon. It must have sunk and crashed into the top of the chamber.
Not yesterday either. How old is this place? Old. Far older than the ship.
Warning. Major structural instabilities detected. Use caution when working around this artifact.
Careful around that thing. Could dislodge really easy.
Yeah, that's what the robots say.
The deck looks intact. I'm going in it.
Charlie? Why?
I have the barest beginning of a thought.
This woman...
I'm in the captain's quarters. The wood is really rotten here.
Warning. Energy reserves below 10%.
You're running out of time, Charlie. She is not the only one.
Oh, we got endless time because we can't figure anything out.
Amazing.
It is pretty.
Pretty.
Everything this must have seen.
Yes. Especially at the end.
And then we had this puzzle, which was pretty easy. Is it random? No. What was it again? Was it 026?
Oh, what do we have here?
Potassium permanganate. A disinfectant. And deodorizer. We could use a lot of that.
If it still has efficacy, it's ancient.
Right. So that's where we got the rust from that. So, and then, so I put this here and then that. There we go. There's the rust. You can't put stuff on the bear. Octo.
Warning. Major structural instabilities detected. Use caution when working around this artifact.
The bow of that thing could come apart any second, Charlie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we want to break this. And I'm pretty sure the thermite is what that's going to be for. And for thermite, we need aluminum this stuff, potassium, and the ferric oxide. Right? But she can't combine these three in any way. Like I've tried. And I don't know, we probably need to do something to the aluminum, but I've also tried having him separate it somehow, but nothing there. And then I tried melting it with the lighter, which would never work anyway, but you know, I'm just doing random stuff. Right, and then, okay. And then the other thing I do, go to him, record him.
I do not like these sounds. They are wrong.
The cries. I remember them from my fugue.
Fugue?
Somehow.
Now we have them.
I don't want them.
And now we can go out here, and we can use that, and it'll say something. It'll say what we need when it doesn't work. Not specifically what we need, but it'll say...
It did not stay long.
Perhaps it needs more motivation.
It needs motivation, which could be food, could be scared of something. That's why my assumption was you want to attach something here. And then it'll come over here, I guess, but... No, there's nothing to interact with here anymore. So I either need to reroute the sound somewhere else, or get something to put in there. But you can't do anything here. And there's the security terminal. And I can't do anything with that, because I have no idea how to do this. Like, it's just gotta be like a picture or something that just tells some kind of hint about the pattern, but... Then there's this useless hint. I'm not even gonna click on it now. I'm gonna say magnets, because it's metal. Like, okay, fine, but... And then this dude has basically nothing to work with. There's just this crane here, but I can't even interact with it. No matter, even though it's blue, I can't do it. I can't. I can't like click into it to do anything. But I don't really think it's what we need anyway. And of course, we want to blow up the ship or something so it falls on the maggot thing so we can go through the cave. I know what we need to do. I just have no idea how to do it. There was like a printing thing, but he's not anywhere. He can't get to that anymore. A 3D printer. I don't think that would have been super useful. There's nothing here. Like, he's just stuck in these two rooms, as far as I can tell. Unless I've just flat out missed a direction. But I don't think I have. Like, this is crazy. I don't understand. What's left to click on? Or look at her. You can't give anything to the octopus. What would it... It's not a... You can only really do something if it's a blue thing. I have no idea, like, I have no way of knowing if I'm soft locked, though. Plankton. You're the octopus. What's up, buddy? There's nothing left to do here. Well, it's that too, but it's the potassium. Like, there's a note about making thermite, and it's potassium. It's these three things can make it. So, yeah, ferric oxide. And then the potassium. Reeks like a rancid. Yeah, don't think that's much of a deodorizer. Several dozen aluminum welding rods were presumably used to maintain infrastructure. Yeah, I saw that too. Kills fungus, but like, there's no... None of the things we interact with really have a fungus. I mean, I'm sure they do, but like nothing that we need to deal with. Four or five. Mm-hmm. I just don't... I don't understand this at all. Like, it's probably just gonna be we find a picture. And then there's the dead brain. That's the only other thing, but it's the leaking dead brain. This is as far as it goes. Nothing weird about the dead brain either. Nothing at all. Nothing strange here. Nothing strange here. It's just normal. Nothing weird. Nothing. Okay, see, I've tried every item on the brain. Jeez. I don't want that hint. That hint is fake. Like, what? Huh? Just gonna turn that off. It's pointless. Useless. Oh no. I'm gonna feed the cat. I'll be right back. No. I'm back. Hey, Grandmaster. What if I'm actually am supposed to have the magnet? What if it's actually broken? No, the magnet's gone. It was used in an earlier chapter. On something. Oh, I made, what did I make with the magnet? I actually don't remember what we made with it. Yeah, I figure the subsystem thing is probably it, but like, I have no idea what to do with it. But there has to be like a hint for it. Or like a document or... Like, what is this? Man, I figured out everything, too. Everything. And now all of a sudden, I can't figure something out. You can't press one. I mean, it looks like you can press one, but you can't. Flash me. Oh, laser scanner, did all that. Microfusion laser. Door, did that. Did the... Looked at the remains with the endoscope. Yeah, did that. Cut the lock, did that. Diagram on the walls with strange symbols. In the cave system. Right, I found that. I would assume it's this. It's more like a... We're having a Fear and Hunger. Lots of new games came out. But I'll go back to that. But like 5 new horror games came out at the same time. Corrosive blood, did that. This hurts. This one's cool, it's just I've been stuck here the whole day.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
Yeah, 026 did that. Powder, got that. Charlie suit, informer, structural integrity. Okay, we just did that. Baron can hear Moses on the other side. Okay, yeah, find security terminal. Close to this being, it indicates that there are fires in certain... Does it? Indicate anything? Hack the system. How? Huh? It indicates fires? Are these what? Return to the insect feeding on acidic blood, okay. Crane? Wait, I went... Maybe something was broken. Like, apparently you can do something with the crane. I was trying to interact with the crane. Or maybe I actually did that yesterday. No, I might have done that yesterday. Did I? Because I can't... Here's the crane, but I couldn't interact with it. And I still can't. And you don't just get to drag and, you know... So I must have done this. Because this was for... Or have I? Remove the restraining bolts with the... This is it! I was supposed to be able to remove the bolts from the restraining bolts from the crane. It'll collapse and make a bridge. My game is actually broken. It's actually broken. He's supposed to be able to look at this and put the acid on it and it'll make a bridge. But the way this game works is I should be able to go into this and this should bring like a screen to look at and do stuff. So we were locked. That's why I couldn't figure it out. My game's broken. Yeah, there should be a thing when I interact with that. But I can't. What? Dude, I clicked on that like 30 times and all of a sudden it showed up. What the actual hell? What happened? Oh, don't do that. Dude, that was so... I don't get it.
Charlie, you see this? The reaction in the metal?
Yeah. It's amazing. Some sort of chemical reaction?
An ancient technology. And like everything else here,
The sort of people who like that sort
one
of thing,
better left
that's the sort
alone.
of thing they like.
Wish I had the luxury.
Now it works. I tried so many times. I came here and clicked on this, like... a lot. Oh. No.
For the sort of people who like that sort of thing, that's the sort of thing they like.
Door's locked.
Door's locked!
It's locked. Oh.
Well, that did that.
Loud noises.
That does not look stable. I'd get across that fast.
Not sure if fast is the right approach here.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Run.
Oh, man.
Mac, I am glad you are not dead.
Thanks, Bear.
Bear.
What happened?
Crane came apart behind me and fell into the breach. Whew. Barely made it. Not going back that way.
There is no going back.
Who are you anyway?
My name is Farhan. I was a researcher here once. Long ago. Maybe. Things are still blurry. Strange. My head hurts.
And what? You think you're pinned under rubble? How about the rest of you? It hurting too?
No, I feel nothing. Nothing but my head.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I can't see anything. It's complete darkness.
We'll find you. Just hang on.
Yeah, he's, the person she was talking about, the melted person. But the nervous system is still functioning or whatever. I cannot believe that, because, like, I didn't do anything wrong, I just broke. Sort of broke. Like, I don't know why I wouldn't
You
work.
are in Omega Lab, a black band restricted area.
Restricted?
Clean room sterilization system active.
Biological enzyme. Okay, I don't have a sample.
Liquid nitrogen decontamination in progress. No foreign contaminants found. Insert biological sample for decontamination database.
Biological sample. I don't have one yet. There's another way to go. Fungi.
Kane's rain.
Is that? Oh, are they?
I do not like this.
They were vivisected.
Huh?
And displayed, I imagine.
Where are we?
You are in hell.
Oh, thanks.
We all are.
We're in hell. That's kind of what I thought he was going to say. Mobile Science Lab. You mean a laptop? Oh, it's got other stuff too. See, now, yeah, like Jesus, I can't believe this. Like how long that took. Sciencing. Thermite. That's what I wanted. I admit I was hoping for something more explosive, but I'm happy as long as it does some damage and gives us a show. But that's nice. Good enough for me too, I guess. Now is thermite what she wants? Probably. I can't believe how many times I clicked on that though, and it didn't work. Like, I'm just... It might not be what she might... There might be more to the thermite. To make it work. I don't really know. Yeah, that'd be silly. I don't know what you would, like a... Should be able to eat most metals even underwater. Yeah, that's what we want. But how do I actually use it? I might not have what I need to use it. Okay, let's go back to... No, it wasn't a timed puzzle. I was just clicking on a thing over and over and over and it wouldn't work, and then eventually it did. The hell's this place?
Security system, looks like, overlooking the site below.
They must have recorded everything.
Review footage. This should be fun. Oh, it's corrupted. Hey, what's this? A wrench. Enhance. Something something 6-7. Play. Who are you? Dr. Al-Kabur. Fourteen 6-7. What could that be? I don't know. Hans. Who are you? I don't know who that is. What are you? Same guy? Probably. Martian Gothic clone? Not really, but it's got some very similar things. Like, I think the devs have played Martian Gothic.
I like Oily Rag.
Different person there. Orange guy, he's running. Corbin. 1821.11. The hell's that? Oh, what is that guy? That's a problem. Hanging bodies. Walkway.
Never seen anything like this.
Me either. It's not like any culture on the surface.
Big hand.
This predates Western civilization.
At the bottom of the ocean?
It was not always at the bottom.
Oh. Big hand. Wrench. What could wrench do? Wrench could maybe do many things. Is it Atlantis? Not sure what they're going for here. Possibly. Do I need a wrench to open this? Well, I do know she needs the thermite, I just don't know how she uses the thermite. Wrench can maybe do something here? Can you help me, Wrench? No. Thermite. Thermite. Explode it. This guy. It's remote though. 1467. I mean, I got the organic sampler, I just don't have... Hey, what can you do, wrench? Anything? That doesn't make any sense, but I figured I'd try it. This is... assume I have that already on the save. I do. Totem. Yeah, I don't know where the devs are from. Wrench. Wrench. Ranch. Ranch. Steak. Whoa. That body's into the mist, yep. Before you die or before it sinks? Override door. I guess I forgot to hit that. What door was that? Omega door. Yeah, what door was that? Syringe thing area. Where did I find that? Oh. I remember. The thing that needed a remote override. Oh, okay.
Kane, damn it all.
Oh, God. They look almost...
Melted?
partially digested.
Okay. Well, time for this. See, stuff just makes sense now. We were just, like, the game was actually, like, busted.
Adding sample genetics to database. Liquid nitrogen decontamination in progress.
What do we get?
Liquid nitrogen decontamination in progress. Liquid nitrogen decontamination in progress. Clean room sterilization system active. Liquid nitrogen decontamination in progress.
So what did this do? Apparently... Wrench. Wrench? Maybe?
Warning. Liquid nitrogen overload.
Wow! I don't know, I think that could have killed him, but...
Kane's rain.
Hello.
Are those bodies? It's a creature made of bodies?
I do not like this.
This place. It's just a descent into madness.
You are beginning to understand.
This could be bad. Peoples merging together. Yeah. Good.
You will follow.
People, do you have the truth about the Transcendence chip? The church says the device will let you live in the Nexus, but that's not true. Don't be fooled by their lies. Protect yourself and your body from Kane's deceit. Yellow leaf always, yellow leaf forever. What the hell's that blobby guy talking about? Saying a lot of stuff. What the heck?
Give us the divine sustenance we need to survive. We need to survive.
Don't eat me.
This is beyond horrible.
I'm afraid there are worse sights to come.
Neat. It's gonna get worse. Take a look. Circle. What the heck? Doesn't seem to matter if you get... Like, I just ran by it, so I don't know. Seems fine. Okay. Whoa.
You gotta be kidding me.
More of that plant-like growth. This is horrid.
Plants should not grow like this. The containment is quite volatile, yes.
But what is it? Something native to this undersea environment?
Precisely. Completely indigenous.
They were using embalming fluid.
Maybe trying to stop the spread of it. Careful, that stuff burns hot.
Okay. This, these, that. Mr. Bear? See, I figured we'd just find something for this other terminal. It's just, you know, we were stuck trying to click on something that wouldn't click. I don't think I can just remember this one that easily. Yeah.
Alert. Atmosphere flush complete.
Look at that. Mr. Bear, watch out! Oh. Good job, Mr. Bear. I guess. Okay. See, that's what I thought would happen. The fire's gone. That's what I thought that was for. It just... We couldn't do it because we couldn't click on the crane. Or we had to click like 300 times before it worked. Is this the woman from Kane? I remember her being a redhead. That could be her. Pretty sure she was a redhead. What is this thing? This one... No PDA. Celaya Priestess 9? Okay. Here we go again. After the initial shock, it's a wild ride of laughter, tears, and cravings. I'm a lousy parent. Why does Kane keep blessing me with children? A thought occurred to me as the Kane Day celebrations came to a close. Patient 818386 fog of memories is like an amniotic fluid. He will be reborn and transformed by new knowledge, not unlike our glorious Father Kane. As I pondered this A minor quake shook the mule. No one was hurt. Could this mean that he is a crucial step toward true ascension beyond the Nexus? I don't want to presume too much, but the area isn't prone to tectonic activity, and no one can explain what caused the quake. Had a Juka shake an hour ago, and now I'm literally crying from the pain. I never suffered from acid reflux before this pregnancy, and now I'm wondering what other surprises may be in store. Is this a gift? Why does it feel as my body is rebelling? Well, judging by her face, if she's pregnant and like 80, that's weird. Exalted Father on high, I received some interesting information from one of the staff, Dr. Lisa Simpson, who approached me to discuss 818386, afflicted with unknown ailment. For brevity, I have included a report written by Dr. who was brought in to study the patient. In summary, it posits that 818386 has somehow inherited memories. Dr. Simpson claims to have confirmed these reports personally. If there is even a shred of truth in all this, developing the means to transpose memories would have tremendous implications for the Church. It could pave the path to extending the lives of our venerable members and representatives and revolutionize how we teach and raise those within the Kane family. Make a run that this research be prioritized, but we will proceed as you deem fit. Today at lunch, Yvette asked me if I was planning a baby moon. I pretended to be above such indulgences, but really I would love some time away to get comfortable with the reality of this child. Prepared by Dr. Hairfest and Anne Clara Daniels. Closer inspection of microbial infection growing in patient 818386's brain revealed a wedge-shaped object implanted between C1 and C2. The thing is crudely manufactured, and the initial infection has spread from its piercing tip. Oh, the arrowhead they were talking about. I have liaised with Baron, and we are at loggerheads over how to proceed with this heretical matter. Our debates are made more challenging by my uncle's obvious glee at my condition. He always seems happier than I am about my fruitless worthy of a priestess of Cain. And he uses praise to avoid responding to my arguments. What am I to him, really? What am I to Cain? Compounding my heterodox nightmare, the archaeological department reported that the coverstone that had been placed over the recovered human remains was carved at least 2,000 years before their death. The timeline of the human achievement canonized by the Church does not permit such an aberration. Were it not for potential significance of PS-139, I would have shut down the entire operation a long time ago. Leas is now a participant in the dream along with 818386. She's been screaming for 7 days straight. I'm not sure if they are screams of ecstasy or pain, but I can't help envying the intensity of her experience. I feel the iron hold of my incinerator tighten as I struggle to free myself from its gestating grip. Incarcerator, I mean, not incinerator. I wish to visit the Mother's Shrine on the next shorely, but first I must repent for these thoughts. Corbin, I've received multiple reports of staff suffering from hallucinations similar to what we've observed in 818386. We are not prepared for an outbreak. I recommend that high security containment and quarantine procedures be enacted immediately, at least until we have a better understanding of the microbe. You are instructed to bypass Baron and have the team organized by Choka directly. Despite the quarantine, an aerosolized form of PS-139 has spread throughout the facility. Is this the work of Yellowleaf? We've locked down this mule quadrant as best we can. Dr. Moon managed to get the air filtration system working. Then she said her oculars were glitching, and she needed a special tool from her office. I haven't seen her since. It's harder to imagine that this as a divine gift when the quarters are filled with screams. I've started seeing things, slivers of others' memories, flashes of violence. I've seen what the infection is doing. Some of my colleagues, and I dread succumbing to it. Security is attempting to control the situation but failing. I alerted corporate earlier today, and they assured me they'd send help. I can only pray to Father and Mother that they get here soon. Kane be with us. By the Mother, the security teams are killing everyone. The order must have come from Baron. Damn you, Corbin. By the grace of Kane, I've managed to hide, but I hear gunshots echoing through the halls. Glory to the Mother who protected and guided us as we took to the stars. Reverence to the Mother from whose womb His Holiness was reborn. Supplication to the Mother whose flesh sustains us and keeps us pure of soul. Exhortation to the Newman who will guide us to paradise. Burnt body? What's that? Wait, what did... Melted rapid expanding foam canister. Charlie has a smaller one of these under her bed. Oh. But why? Why? Empty breast pump. Alright then. It has a really weird straw. Great. Well, I know what that's for. Foam. Maybe, you know? Well, that's for the thing that's in the brain. No. What even is this? We're lucky that the valve melted in a way to keep the content inside. We'll need to find a way to replace the valve before we can use this. Valve. Burnt plasteel. I'm afraid of carrying this in our inventory than... I'm more afraid of carrying this than explosives. If this ruptures, it will flash, expand a plump Thanksgiving turkey. So... that'll do something. Yup, that's what it's for. Go, Mr. Bear. Yup.
Children should not drink this.
Children should not drink that.
I really wish I hadn't seen that.
Looks like mint soda, but tastes like bean... Why did you taste it, Mr. Bear? Wait, you can taste? You're not... Whatever. Mr. Bear can... Well, I know it wants this. It has to. Or does it? Or does it? It does. Okay.
An interesting stratagem, my friend.
Stratagem. Indeed. Oh, Mr. Bear. Yeah, because like all this stuff makes sense. We were just stuck for 3 hours on... Can't believe we were stuck for 3 hours on clicking on something. Wah. Din. Go, close the door. Close the door, you fool. Yeah, I was pointing and I was clicking, and the clicking were not working. The clicking do nothing.
Got it. Rosie's got it. I trapped it. It is not scary now.
Well played.
It's not scary now.
I'm a very smart bear now.
A smart bear. Yeah, that's not... yeah, okay. Smart bear. Bear can go and vent now.
You are in sample analysis.
Yeah, we had to make sure we weren't soft lock and all that. And like I knew, like, God, I can't believe that's what it was. Like, because I knew there was something seemed wrong. Because every blue circle you can look at, and then I kept clicking on that one and I couldn't. Huh? Octo? Ew. Spooter. Might? This is some underwater... I don't know what that is. There's more of those circles with colors. More XXC1. G1. Spam. Dearest Peter Marshall, it's time to take action. Why is the spam? Gather the necessary tools and materials for the procedure, including gloves, sterile gauze, skin glue, tweezers, a magnifier, and a local anesthetic to numb the area. Use your fingers to locate the small irregular bump at the bottom of the skull and clean the area with a disinfecting solution. Make an incision at its base. Once the transcendence chip has been exposed, carefully grip it with the tweezers and gently pull it out. It is essential to be careful to avoid pulling too hard, as this could cause damage. After removing the interface, clean the area with sterile gauze and a disinfectant solution. Finally, apply skin glue to the site to protect it from infection. You can now think and act freely. Join us in the fight for pure humanity. Yellow leaf always, yellow leaf forever. Everybody's got implants controlling them. That's why it's in spam, to hide it. This is one of those scrubbers. I think. The organic scrubber. Yeah, that's what it is. Look at that mustache. Dr. Dreismain Harfest, Chief Medical Officer. Patient 818386 has been in my care 10 days. He exhibits the classic symptoms of a bacterial or viral infection: high fever, headache, sore throat, joint and muscle pain, weakness, and abdominal pain. We have isolated him in an isobaric chamber and observed a strict protocol. Although his condition is not within my area of expertise, I have asked to document patient 818386. Cognitive state. For better or worse, he does not seem fully aware of his physical condition. Yeah, patient 818386 is who we've been talking to, I think. Dr. Atlas Moon, a veteran and student of the renowned Geratus Milan, will perform mnemonic analysis of the microbe. Update on my previous report: the infection has progressed. The patient 818386 is now bleeding from every orifice. At the time, he does not seem to be in any pain. 8183 maintains his journal and converses with medical staff. Surprisingly, the language he speaks is Russian, which isn't listed in his professional profile. Wait, did they find a living being from the Soviet sub? Perhaps it's childhood regression in response to the trauma of his condition. A18386 keeps falling into fugue state. Hey, Dog Dad? Yeah, that stash. His vocabulary now extends to what can only be described as Proto-Mayan. Oh. So he's like a... Okay. Unfortunately, our records only cover a few of the terms he used. And he could not recall anything he spoke about after regaining full consciousness. So this is going to have to do with the Mayans and how they got wiped out. Because we don't... Like, the Mayans... We don't know how the Mayans got wiped out, do we? I can't remember from history stuff. Dr. Moon, my report is attached for your perusal. The stasis pods of the 3 products I requested for study have just arrived. I will begin my observations post-haste. With great mustache comes great responsibility. I am convinced that patient 818386's recollections are real, and even if they are not his, the live PS-139 isolated by Dr. Moon could have incredible medical applications. Following exposure, the 3 products, 2 children and 1 adult female, started falling into the same dreamlike state and experienced by 818386. Children began speaking fluent Russian and recalled events from a life in Severomorsk as though they'd witnessed them personally. Meanwhile, the adult female recounted an unspeakable sacrificial ceremony from what must have been an exceedingly ancient culture. It's a bacteria that remembers things. This is actually, like, there are a lot of similarities to Martian Gothic. That's odd over there. Hold on here. What the heck? I'm making a critter. I don't know what I need. Or do I? Squid. Spooter. That thing. I don't know. XX C1 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 green blue. Damn. G1 all green. Do I think Mr. Bear is gonna make it? I don't really know. I don't really think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess these 2 do stuff too. It might not matter, like, so much what these colors are. Maybe it's just I gotta make the correct critter. ACSR. Oh wait, there's these ADSR. BDSR. YDSR. KDSR. MDSR. What letters do I want? A-U-S-R. N-R. Mer. Amir? Amir? Okay. More gonna look for the 4 letters than the, I mean, XX, C, and G, but I don't think that's possible. We didn't need to know that, dog dad. Duh. What am I doing? What am I doing? The letter X does exist. Is it possible to get XX? I doubt it. And I haven't seen G or C, so... Not really sure what we're trying to make here. Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear. Now, 4. One, 2, green. Six. It's like crisp. Yeah, there's... a lot of semi... are pretty... well, I don't know how accurate, but it's like at least based on reality, I guess. Bust. Kind of looks neat. I don't know if that's what I want, but... do it. Oh, it changed it. It's not there. So we gotta figure out what is in storage and grab that. Just gotta... I don't know what's in storage, but... that's what we gotta do.
More bodies here. In bags. Stacked this time.
For disposal. Kane security forces.
We don't know that.
Yes, we do.
The wash-up area. The showers. Collectible.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
Oily rag. Hi, everybody.
Creator! You abandoned us here! No! Please don't!
Green, blue, green is A1. Yeah, there's some weird stuff happening here. Don't worry, I'm sure it's fine. Red, green. Hi, everyone. Blocked entrance.
Highly toxic atmosphere detected. Proceed with caution.
What is it?
Looks like spores coming off of this thing.
Highly volatile, I'm afraid. You should stay clear. Or find a way to purge the air.
I'd purge this whole fucking place if I could.
Language, Mark.
Language. Purge the air. Purge it with fire. No, no fire. Oh, I still have something in this. This fluid is explosive? Wait, what is it?
You will follow.
Kill everything with fire. Okay, apparently there's...
We won't take it. We are
I don't think this is right, but I'm still gonna try it. Okay,
I beg of you, do not discard us as if we are nothing. Please cast us to the swamp. And we are ever stronger. You will set us free. You will follow.
all the people merging together. Instead of 3 people, it's just all of them. All of them. What is this? I mean, I know it's like, I have to like write down that. I mean, I guess you don't have to write it down, but.
goddesses and we are nothing. Jeez,
I don't know what I'm doing. Why would I create a mite? I don't know. But I don't really actually know what this thing is, so... Must. It must be must. No. We're just trying to find a way out of here. We just want to go home. It's Mr. Bear. It's Smart Bear. It's not a weasel. Smart Bear. Something weird and genetic is going on here. I'm scaring you? Should be scared. Yeah, science is scary. Okay, she's not much help right now, unless we need to combine something. Which we might. Yeah, that's what's happening. So these people, whatever bug or thing they found basically absorbs everybody and, I don't know, joins their DNA together in some way. Whisper for a living. Yeah, so, here's the whole...
Give us the divine sustenance we need to survive.
Here's the crew, I guess.
You will follow. You will follow. We revel in the suffering of mortals and delight in create.
Huh? Ooh. Collecting broken off valves is not helping me because we're in a crumbling tin can at the bottom of the ocean. Oh. You back now?
The valves melted off these canisters, but with the new one, the foam should release.
What foam do? Hey, if it's dumb but works, it's not dumb, so now we need to find something to foam up or launch vertically. No kidding, I've seen these canisters launch a car 6 feet in the air. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did something swim out of there? I don't... Okay, this is what we wanted. Yeah, drop a boat on it. That'll hold it. Just drop a boat on it.
Oh, wow.
I felt that from in here. Are you okay? What did you do?
Yeah, I'm okay. I broke off the bow of the ship. It fell on top of that thing.
Inspired.
If it worked.
If it worked. Okay. She needs to get inside. Yeah, Billy, thanks for the follow.
It's... I killed it. It's dead.
Are you sure it's dead?
You don't sound thrilled.
It was huge. It was... unique.
It was disgusting.
But it's still gone.
Warning. Energy resource below 5%.
You will be too if you don't hurry.
Have a good night, Center Keys. Sorry. I didn't see.
Warning. Electrical intensification detected.
Super.
I'm sure it's fine. This all looks fine. Perfectly fine. What is that? A rover?
Looking at a drone here. Twin prop.
Kitted for sample collection, looks like. Anything useful?
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of stuff has gone wrong, so...
Something here.
Caution. Unfertilized scrubber eggs detected.
Huh.
What? Sampo? I mean, here's the sleeping scrubber. What did unconscious scrubber. Thermite. Okay, and there's also scrubber swarm.
Oh my god.
Pretty. It's hazy on the camera. What is that?
Scrubbers. Like the one that melted the crane circuitry, remember?
And you said one by itself could fry your whole suit.
Yeah.
4% energy reserves remaining.
Are these scrubbers swarming?
Yeah. Around the docking ring.
Then you have a problem. Those are females. They are swarming because they have no males to copulate with. Working scrubber broods are always kept female. They're easier to manage.
They don't look very easy to manage to me. I wouldn't last 2 seconds in there.
Is there a way around? No. That path is the only one that leads to Alpha Base.
Here, have this dead scrubber. Well, the eggs are all here, but there's no...
Insane.
You wouldn't make it 10 feet in that.
No.
Just run for it.
But I can see the docking ring for Alpha. If I can get there.
3% energy reserves remaining.
You go in there. No? Okay, you go in there. No? What the hell am I gonna do with that? Well... Egg. What's this? I don't even know what's in that. You know, do you make a scrubber in here? What's the name for the scrubber? I wonder if that's what they use. These little mite fellows, maybe? Or... The science. I have to make a scrubber. I have no idea which one it is, but... Gattaca? I don't know. Electro shrimp. Basically, it's like some shrimp thing that they attached an electric cleaning thing to. How many possibilities are there here? A lot. If I can get some of them right and know they're right. But I don't know where to really... All the screaming. The tag? I don't think that would put that in the microscope. I mean... I got something, but this says... Find something to spark it as it... Well, we have a lighter. And this. Wait a minute.
embalming fluid should work for fuel in the flamethrower and the slider.
Good work.
They'll burn out quickly though, so move fast.
I thought I already tried that for some reason. Flamethrower. Time for the barbecue. I don't think they like it.
Fire in Alpha 1 fire suppression system is not available. Evacuate immediately.
I hope you find peace. If not the Nexus.
The Nexus isn't real.
Burned it. It's dead.
Thank God.
Spores are gone too.
How do you know you didn't breathe in any spores? Is that an issue? I think it actually is an issue. Door terminal. Can I go in here? Okay, here we go.
That's probably the door to Omega base. Gotta get it open somehow.
Omega. ACS. Oh, hello. ACST. Zenoa. Oh god, it's the facehugger. Where did they get one of them? Alien. It's from the aliens. This is clearly just an alien reference, these two pictures. 'Cause, yeah. A movie prop storage, no. Or... the xenomorphs. Maybe this is an official alien game. Hello, are you people? Secret alien game. I did get the back right. Like, I noticed that from looking at the other one.
Specimen retrieved.
Good work, Moth. Good work.
Doesn't look like the same creature to me.
It isn't. Merely a proto-specimen. Basic genetic engineering will be required, I'm afraid.
Oh. Proto-scrubber? Okay. You do the engineering, the genetic engineering. I don't know how this guy could do it. This guy seems like he's really dumb, but... I mean, I don't have a... He's the one here, so... Okay, I put things in the microscope. Now what do I do? Play with the computer? No. This doesn't have, like, ways of doing stuff.
As I said, basic genetic engineering.
Wow.
This isn't exactly my wheelhouse, you know.
You are a smart Mac.
The smartest.
So, what? I need to combine these things somehow?
No. You need to remove the proper gene sequences from the proto-organism and implant them in the embryo version for gestation.
Like you said. Basic.
Just basic, okay? Okay, that actually is A1, but... yeah, A1...
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
well, A1's the bottom, but we need... shoot. Science. I must science. Lots of red. G1. How do I know the order? Yeah, how do I know the order? How do I know? The weird thing is... okay, so... little red to big red. Would be... little red to big red is this guy up there. U4, that's the one I was looking at. G1. C1. Yeah, how do we figure out the order here? G1... and then there's also... this... but this is going to show... okay, so yeah, A1... and then... yeah, it's just out the whole circle. Got some stuff here, though. U1. mean, that might be the fourth one. The question is, so A1 was not one of them, but I still don't know the order. I don't know if the order matters either. Must matter. But I think we know all four. But how the heck... You know what, though? I think I know how we know the order. So we have one here. Like, the bottom is the first one, okay? So this is... U1. Go on our circle-y. We got U1. And then we're going to take XX, which is actually U4. And we got C1 down there. Oh wait, and G1 over there. So I think that's the order. I think the order is U1, U4, G1, C1. Am I smart? I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. You. Damn it. No. Really? Really? I thought that would be it. I don't think I'm wrong about U4 being one of them. Puzzle. Puzzles. Maybe just always start from A1. Right. Which would be... I think I already tried this though, didn't I? U1, U4... No, I didn't actually do this. G1. Actually, I did. That's the first thing I thought. Start from A1. Those are the 4 things I think it is, but I don't know if that's... I've been going with the circled ones just because I don't know what else. Unless there's like something, you know what else had 4? Like, okay, there's another possibility. Which is that it's all this. Which would be G1, and then little green, big blue, green. 2 little greens, little blue, blue, and then green, blue. What was the next one? Was it 2 little green, blue? Oh god. Well, it's all green and blue, so... Green, little green... Little green, little blue, blue... G, B, okay. I wrote it down, Show. G1. Assuming it starts from the one they circled. Then little green, little blue. Big blue. No, wait. Little green, blue, green. I'm dumb. A1 is there? Okay, so we'll do A1, U1, C1, G1 then? Maybe?
Is that...
I did it.
Successful genetic engineering.
I
Congratulations.
genetic engineered.
Smartest Mac.
It looks tiny.
It is in its infancy. But it is in a maturation chamber. You simply need to wait for it to grow.
How long?
Not sure I like the sound of that.
How long do we have to wait? Give me that. There's a little timer there, but I don't know if it's actually doing anything or not. Oh, it says terminal. Do you actually have to wait, though? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It was the one that had G1 circled, but you still had to start with A1. Soft boiled. Okay. You know, what if no. Are we actually waiting now? Like, that's what I'm confused. I don't think we're just waiting. Are we? Maybe we are. Hell if I know. Scary scientists. Ooh. Omega door access. Who? Is this? Whoa. What did I do? Oh, I opened something. The Omega door. Wait. Omega door. But where? Where? No, I don't need to look at that right now. You gonna trap you? More stasis. Yeah, we spent 3 hours stuck. Because double clicking on something didn't seem to work very well when it should have. It was neat. We don't know what happened. Omega door. Odd winch. Gonna go down underground. Oh. Further. The heck have you been up to, little dude? Okay, you're here still. Is this thing ready? It's... Oh, it changed color. So did he actually do just... It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Keep going. Yeah, something weird happened with the, It was just like something I needed to, like, I couldn't interact with it, but I knew I was supposed to be able to, and it was actually the problem the whole time. Which, you know. Which door was the Omega door? I really don't know. Blue? Mature. Hey, fishies. I found your hand.
Sorry, little guy. I don't think you're going to like the attention.
Quick, get inside before they return. What, it's dead? Wait, why are they... They're dead? Wait, what are they getting eaten by? That's probably bad. Uh-oh. You get inside. Get inside.
Card link connected. Docking ring powered.
You have to be kidding me.
It has a lock.
Warning. 2% energy reserves remaining.
No.
When do I catch your break?
Can you rig it? Can you...
Let me focus.
Focus. Thermite. Maybe. This, that. Give me everything. It's definitely not going to be that, but...
This better work. Or I'm dead in the water.
1% energy reserves remaining.
Leisurely, I'm afraid.
My Charlie.
My Charlie. Electric pulse. What the hell? Okay. That was in... What is on her chest? Maybe it's just some cybernetic thingy. That's what it looks like.
I made it.
Maybe you...
I'm here.
Do you want to be here, though?
I'm in.
It's too close. It's too goddamn close.
Language, Mac.
It's okay. I'm safe. I'm here.
I don't...
I'm safe.
Safe? You're safe? Well, I guess you didn't drown, but...
Oh, that was too close.
Real air, Charlie.
Yeah, Moses. It's good. Oh, that's good.
Where are you now?
Alpha Base. Alpha Base.
You say that name in a way I don't like.
We don't even have shoes. Retro suit. Oh.
Another day, another acetylene torch reload.
Could do it with your eyes closed.
That was just the airlock that had been covered in this stuff. So she had to dig through it. Because this stuff is everywhere, whatever this stuff in the background is. That's this stuff. She had to dig through that stuff after she got to the airlock to get in here. Because this is like the old base, not the base we started at. A routing tag? How about this? Temporal frame. Wait, where even am I? Bulkheads.
Oily rag.
Bulkheads.
I like oily
Recompression is in
rag.
progress. Recompression is in progress. Recompression is in progress. Recompression.
It is Martian Gothic. But we're not on Mars, we're on Earth. Alpha Laboratory. Yeah, this is like the old lab. This is the old abandoned lab. Because it got infected by this thing and taken over. And then the new lab, eventually it happened to that too. Okay, I don't know what I need to route. Because I don't know where I am. Or...
Recompression is in progress.
Scrap metal? I don't know. Okay, we don't know what to do with this.
What the hell?
But is there something we do know what to do with? What the hell? Do we know anything? We probably know something, but I don't know what we know. Oh, there was this thing. I forgot about this thing. I don't know. Oh yeah, and then this. If she's from the previous game, that'd be neat, but I'm not entirely sure. I think she is. Sort of. If I just touch all these and then do that, it doesn't do anything. ACBD is on this tag. Not that I know which one is... Or do I? A. C. No? A? This would have to be C, right? A, B, C, D. Wait, but this is different. So this, okay, so this is, okay, the ACBD was a lie. Or was it? Magnetic resonance device. It makes my fur stand up. Oh. Well, there's the magnet. It's all coming together, I guess. We still have the hydrophone, too. Yeah, you'll be fine, right, Mr. Bear? Just touch it. I can't. Okay, I can't. Well. Okay, is there anything else he needed to do that we could see? Like I could create like a new tag and send it here, but didn't look like I could See, there's this one other place, and I don't... Oh, there it is. Okay. Hey, I'm out here. PDA. Corbin, security. Tobias Crumman, Model Gen 2, personal android to Dave Gallacher, company synth liaison. Kane Luna link successful. Memory wipe complete. Ordered received. From Administrator SG, uplink closed. Corbin, new mission. My plastic friend. Keep an eye on Gallacher. Report back. I have been paired with Dave Gallacher for his tenure on the Mule. He does not look upon artificial life kindly. Classic yellow leaf. The lab analyzed the contents of Master Dave Gallacher's stomach and found high levels of the peptide SSMTP, a toxin found in the venom of Scolopendra subspecies. I am opening an investigation to determine where the toxin came from and whether or not this was an attempt on Master Gallacher's life. I will not be alerting security personnel until they are ruled out as potential suspects. Traces of an arthropod exoskeleton were found in the meat grinder in the mess hall. 1. It belonged to the same species as the venom found in Master Gallacher's stomach. Chef Mason has been placed on leave from the Mule and dispatched to Deep Sea 15. All employees who had access to the kitchen are being questioned. Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Kabur was also spotted with Chef Mason around the time of the poisoning. but at this point, there is no further evidence to suggest collusion. I'm noticing considerable decline in my processing speeds. I ran diagnostics, discovered large packs of encrypted files that were somehow hidden from my operating system. I don't know how my firewall was breached or what the files contained, but I am confident they were uploaded to Master Galacher. How should I proceed? I tried decrypting the files using every known exploit, but to no avail. If Master Galacher is a yellow leaf, as you suspect, then Corporate is more vulnerable than we imagined. He probably intends to use me to transport the files since my clearance frees me from routine security scans. I will keep an eye on him. He could lead us to others. It's unlikely he's working alone. I'm experiencing a recurring image stutter that overrides my optical receptors, similar to what humans call visual hallucinations. It always ends with my hands around the throat of a man. He mumbles incoherently as he struggles for breath, and then he falls to the ground and goes silent. I am aware that the termination is justified, even before Lieutenant Stevie G tells me it is. I don't know if this is a malfunction caused by file dumps or a glimpse into my life before the last routine data wipe. Maybe it's both. Mr. Baron, Madam Saleha has requested that I bypass your authority and discuss an urgent matter directly with Troka. The details are enclosed. Quarantine of the lower mule was characterized by rampant disorganization and impetuous rationale. Despite my invulnerability to infection, I have been locked inside the temple ruins by the Black Ops unit. The same with others. Some others were also healthy when the doors were sealed, but unlike me, they will not stay that way. I overheard Master James tell Master Frick that he got an illegal edict memory enhancement before joining the mule team. If any Kane officers find these logs, investigate this data exploit vector. The Omega Lab is now a no-go for area for human staff. Project Kitchen Knife is on the loose. It has already consumed the Brygo specimens and most of the remaining Omega research team and Blister Tech. So I am leaving it as a temporary obstacle for the temple infestation. To be safe, I recalled the pod to the Omega Lab. I am switching to hibernation mode to conserve what little energy I have. I will awaken periodically to check on the situation. My synth skin is flexing uncontrollably. I need an oil bath and a defrag. Nothing to report. Nothing to report except screams heard from below. Starvation and cannibalism are assumed, diverting security access to the Omega Lab to preclude access to the mule. Motion detected, investigated, nothing to report. My neuron power cell is nearly depleted. My gyro woke me up when it detected a position change. I am being dragged into the well, limbs locked up, system error. Yeah. Even the android's not safe. I mean, if it's partially genetic, then I'm sure it gets affected too by this stuff.
Pod lift inaccessible. Docking procedure must be completed.
Think this pod will take me down to where you are, Charlie.
Oh, another lock.
Yeah. Have to get it off somehow.
I've seen this puzzle before.
I like oily rag.
Sort of. Something a little more confusing than... Okay, this makes it harder. Because... Okay, red, yellow, pink, yellow, red, pink, purple, red, oily rag.
Oily rag. I like oily rag.
Is there going to be an oily rag down here? But now Mr. Bear is all alone in one base and we're in the other.
This passage is getting tighter. If This pod gets stuck.
They wouldn't design it to get stuck, would they?
Maybe. Is there avium foretold by Gyro? Nancy? What the heck? Oh, now he's having a flashback.
Oh! We are 100% cleaning up this room today. Hope.
Opie dopey.
Charlie! These women. Fifth grade. So fast. All you have to do is blink.
Okay. Telephone?
Thanks, sweetie.
Food for the kitties, food for the kitties, food for the biddies, food for the titties, food for the kitties, biddies, titties, biddies, food for the kitties, food for the kitties, status bone totem. More like stasis, steez boner nuts, oh boy Jesus, Lord Christ, yeah, titties, biddies, titties, titties.
Thanks, Fiercey.
Hello?
Hello?
But that's... Wait. She was just... No. She was here. This is a mistake. This... Charlie. It's opening up. It's... Kane's Reign.
Oh my. That's...
Pretty.
What the hell?
Descent is not possible.
Now what?
He's stuck. Oh no, he's not. He's fine. PDA. Kita Yamada. Pharmaceuticals. So I've arrived, predictably seasick, at this mausoleum of science. I'm doing this for her. I knew it. She's here. I found my Mila. I need to talk to her and explain where I've been. Her mother left, ran, changed her name, changed both their faces, changed everything. Basagan research is astounding. His crude combination of PS-139 and minute quantities of recreational drugs may be the unconventional solution to the Brigo problem. Unfortunately, he is also deranged, and I removed him from the project. I suspect he is doing extracurricular research, as he seems very comfortable with the Stasis products. He made numerous threats, but I do not believe he will be a problem moving forward. He refuses to reveal how we obtained the PS-139, indicating a containment leak. I've ordered him to remain in his quarters for now. Hopefully his mental state will improve with time and rest. I've conjured Mila in my mind so often, though thoughts of her have displaced actual recollections. Perhaps it's unhealthy, but I don't remember how to live any other way. Basagan disappeared after disabling the decontamination system and releasing an aerosolized version of his PS-139 cocktail into the ventilation. Some crew are experiencing hallucinations, others mental disturbances. I recommend that an external sect ops team be sent in to contain the situation and find Basagan. We need to lock this facility down now. The situation aboard the Mule is unsalvageable. A clean order has been given. Return to DS-15 immediately for evacuation. Data purged and uploaded to Kane Luna and crew confined to Omega Site, picking up a valuable intelligence asset and then returning topside. Site termination in 3 hours. Please wait for me. Repeat, please wait for me. Come what may, I must go to her. I hear gunfire and screams. Traffic security assholes. Kane's reign, Omega, is cut off from the Mule. They've sealed the temple door. Christ, Kane, Muhammad, forgive me. I could have left this place, but I chose to play the noble father. I found her. How long has it been? A month? 2? What hope do we have? Mila grows weaker by the day. The infection is taking her. There doesn't seem to be logic to who succumbs first. But we all will eventually. There's no escape. We are cut off. No rations left. Their machines rattle all day and night, grinding the bones. Idiots. They genuinely believe they're not already infected, as if God himself were protecting them. They are doomed just like us. Watching them lose their nerve when we went down to the well was good. I will stay with Mila to the very end. They came, those hungry eyes, they came and butchered so many, held them down, let them scream, and slowly, lovingly removed their spines, their heads, in honor. What, predators? No more food, no more fresh water. It's hard to distinguish between the invading memory and reality now. Images remain traced over my vision, sound rings in my ears. Can't stop them. Something was calling to me from the dark, pulling me forward, begging me for help. The end of days, don't want to go, want to stay here, stay with Mila. Why do I have to go? Where is Mila? I have to get her more meat. Close now. We move to the wheelhouse. My body feels strong even as my mind fades. Lucid moments are becoming rare. Instead, I feel another presence in my head, willing to go deeper into the shadows to help with an unknown purpose of world-saving proportions. Soon I will disappear completely, and they will take Mila. They will not take me. I am spoiled meat. Mila? Doggy, kid, that dude. Maybe there's someone over here, I don't know. Whoa. Hold on. What's this? Danger.
Yeah, the brakes are seized up. If I open it...
The pod plummets like a rock.
Mac, that would not be a good idea.
Yeah.
Great input. Thanks, Moses.
Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Here, you clean that. Never mind. Okay, leave that there.
This thing is ancient, but it's still working.
Someone cares for it.
That's what worries me.
Is it Mila?
Kane. Charlie, don't look at this.
Oh, dear Lord.
They have become art.
Yeah, the bear's right. They're posed.
They were Kane scientists.
No. They were sacrifices.
Uh-oh.
What was that? Varan?
I said nothing.
But his eyes like went away. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, they should be infected if it's airborne.
isn't human. The ribs are broken. Spines removed.
Oh. Rib spreader. Nice, that's what I always wanted. And then that thing. That's what I want too. Some managers like to stick these into staff and keep track of them, just in case they think of making a run for it. Some kind of info bridge. Oh. Well, that's exciting. Dave Gallacher, Internal Operations. Greetings, team. For those who already know, I'm here to oversee Omega's expansion into the beyond and beyond the well. You may have heard the recent shocking rumors that the fate of an Omega tech. I can assure you that he was merely exposed to hydrochloric acid from a faulty something or other, which requires no further explanation. There will be no significant changes to your day-to-day life. You'll still report to team leads whom I'll be meeting with shortly. I will be holding a daily prayer meeting, but I request that only 100%. The heck? 100% join. Those with cybernetics or other augmentations need not attend. I look forward to working with you all. We moved some equipment to the well complex. A STEM repair station should be adequate to keep this lot running correctly. The shit we saw down there boggles the mind. Most people wouldn't believe it even if we took them with us and clamped their eyelids open, so they had to look. Dumped everything into the android while it was upgrading. Even the red line classified data. 3 petabytes of research were encrypted and jammed into its foul toaster noggin. Lee said they would trigger the failsafe data carrier if Corbin couldn't be extracted. Well, that won't be a problem anymore. My insides are in knots. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm not sure if I'm still adjusting to these insane depths or just nervous. I'm trying to avoid checking into the med bay, as they would undoubtedly inject me with impurities. Still, if it gets any worse, I may not have a choice. My cover might be compromised. I just got back from having my stomach pumped, and the lab is still analyzing the contents, but it's possible that someone poisoned me. I've decided to stay the course regardless. The cause is too important, but if my messages stop, you know why. Yellow leaf always, yellow leaf forever. Leaf said this operation would be more straightforward if I did a face swap or neural tap, but I believe in doing things the old-fashioned way. I like a rare Texan bread steak. I only drink rainwater, and I'm exclusively attracted to 100%er women. That is an impressive array of feats for a man living in the 22nd century. Implanting the mark of the beast in my own flesh will never happen, not for Leaf, not even for the cause. I've spent 6 years dealing with a loathsome android and even filthier augmented Nexus scum humans while slowly working my way into a corporate position. King Corp took our hydroponics tech for their interplanetary expansion and then screwed us over by withholding payment until we had to request a buyout. We won't terraform our hunk of rock, Orokoth, and populate it with pure, unadulterated virility in the foreseeable future. Yellow Leaf is just a dream again, but in time we will claim our birthright, our domain. These guys might be crazy. Stop all excavation immediately. A containment has spread through the mule. This is code Black. Turn to Omega Lab, seal, Deacon Chamber, and wait for the instruction. I'm clean, I haven't been near anyone infected, and I don't have any symptoms. Look, I'm wearing a mask. You can't lock me in here with these pestiferous scum. It's a death sentence. I'm corporate, damn it. Open the doors now. We've been left to die in this temple. Did someone discover why I'm here? Are they protecting Kane by disposing of me? I don't know, but there's been no contact from the outside since they sealed the doors, and we're running low on supplies. People are looking to me for guidance, but I don't know what to say anymore. Gandhi, if you're listening. I could use some direction myself. I snapped Liam's neck after he tried to steal my last energy bar. He was boasting about his vulgar augmentation, so really I did him a favor. My previous messages failed, but I'm trying one last time, not hoping to receive aid, but because I don't want all of this to have been for nothing. Corbin is trapped down here with me, and while my mind won't survive what's to come, the androids will. His neural core contains everything you need to get Yellowleaf back on top. Let's hope the failsafe got the data out before the base purge. Yellowleaf always, Yellowleaf forever. I don't know if Yellowleaf's an underground resistance or like a different corporation.
Another native. What's left of it?
You're getting closer to the heart, brother. Such sights you will grow used to.
Uh-oh. I have such sights to show.
Who's on this channel?
Mac? What?
A new voice. I heard it before. You didn't hear it?
No, nothing.
Someone's on our comms.
Plug suit doesn't show any new channels.
I know what I heard.
He's going crazy. Oh no. What's this? That's where I came from. Halved corpse. Strange object.
Yeah. This looks like something I want to carry around.
What the hell is it? Blade's a bit loose. I'm hoping this means this shoddy ceremonial tool. This is a shoddy ceremonial tool, and less because it's been busy cutting God knows what up.
This disc is sharp as hell.
Use extra caution around sharp objects, Mac.
Yeah. What the heck? A club. Okay. Am I still in chapter 3? I haven't seen it say chapter 4, but I have no idea.
Kane scientists rigged a water wheel to charge their batteries.
Clever.
Do I have batteries? No. Here. Okay, we need a battery.
Rocks and dust.
Why is this thing still operational?
Bones. They're grinding bones.
Sustenance?
Not a pleasant thought, is it?
Liam James, botanist. Since I got the memory enhancement, I don't even know what that is. I've been having trouble tracking reality. The thing is, dreams are made up of memories mixed with real emotions and stimuli. My memories are now perfect representatives of my waking life, so my dreams feel as real as everything else. I tried using sleep away to avoid dreaming altogether, but made me lightheaded. Only pain reliably signals when I'm awake, so now I'm going around pinching my arms. I need to find a longer-term solution. Leaf paid off most of my family's debt, sponsored my education, and ensured an unobstructed career path to Kane's premier research facility this side of Luna. In return, all I need to do is grab some data like early base plans, very old archive messages, base AI details, etc. Upload it to my eidetic storage and transfer it once I'm topside. Easy enough, right? Dated on 46 complete. % complete. While collecting samples at the base of the well, I heard strange noises below, outside. The bounds of our current operation, they were rhythmic, almost like low pulsing bellows. It sounded like chanting or blowing distant horns, but I know that's impossible to cave. Acoustics must amplify the sound of falling water or circulating air. 65%. I'm not supposed to know this, but the security squad brought in to contain the contamination event reported an encounter with some creature in the temple. They opened fire inside the blister. Did I actually hear chanting the other day? Could there be people down here? Seems crazy, but then again, everything that goes on here is nuts. Unfortunately, the squad signal dropped shortly after, so that's all we have for now that I know of. We'll see. 100% complete. Tomorrow's my last day at Omega. Lockdown. What are the chances? Damn it all. I don't know how long it's been since they left us down here. A month, too. I keep pinching myself, but I can't seem to wake up. Supplies are running low. Dave Gallagher pulled rank. He says there's more food at the wheelhouse down by the beach, and we have to draw straws for who goes down there. Wish me luck. You set us up, you prick. There were never any supplies down here, and you knew it. You just wanted to keep the emergency rations for yourself. I'm giving you one chance to lower the elevator for us, or when we find a way back up there, I'm going to make you wish you had. I ate part of someone since, at least I'm pretty sure I did. I was picturing eating a nice warm steak I don't know. And then I had flesh in my mouth, and I couldn't stop chewing. The worst part is, I didn't mind it. The taste was okay, and I hadn't eaten so long. I just needed something, anything. He was already dead, though. I am not a murderer. He would have wanted this, right? Giving his body to feed us? It's what any scientist would wish to do. Yes, he would have been glad. Feels like weeks since the locals captured us. The others with me have been moved or died from starvation, infection, or whatever these troglodytes did to them. Not Colin. He had a plan to dig us out of the cage with a jawbone. We will be out soon. We're going home. Took my parents from me. They were scientists. Brilliant scientists, and their blood is on your hands, so I won't let you kill me too. Yeah, we got stuck for hours on something which shouldn't have been stuck on. But yeah, it is pretty long. Colin has been sharing less food with me. He says something about planning ahead, but I don't understand. Is he trying to starve me so he can eat me so I'm easier prey? He must be waiting until we're almost free to kill me with that jawbone and eat his fill. I need to get him first.
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Let me see if I... Alright. Playing the hamster wheel? How to go see if I...
Recompression is in progress.
Progress. What are you doing, Mr. Bear? MMO rating. Yeah, that's what a hamster wheel is. What is all this stuff? scepter. I have no idea what we need there. This dude's the only one on this base now. See, Mr. Bear is going to end up finding whoever's behind that door. And I kind of think whoever's behind that door is going to, I don't know, take over him or something. Who knows? Hello. Omega Necromorph or Trimorph. Well, it's like a Trimorph, but like with like 50 people. Yeah, Mr. Bear probably needs to wait for help. One of the others may need to find whatever piece needed. Although let her hold these for a second. Maybe I can combine something. Oh yeah, the survey data. This will cut things. We know that. Whatever the... Maybe a key. That would make sense. Okay, so she's kind of just stuck in here for now.
Recompression is in progress.
How long does it take to compress? What the hell's this drill do? I guess he said it was grinding bones, but this is so Martian Gothic, though. We found the indie team that could remake Martian Gothic. How do we get them to do it? I don't even know exactly what we need here. There was something we grabbed from it earlier. She's kind of been stuck in there a while. Let me see. They will ruin it. Ruin it? How? They can do fine. Oh, there is something going on here. Oh, I didn't see those earlier. Cable clips. Wait, do you need...
Faran, I have opened your door using cleverness.
You are my savior, Moses. I owe you a great debt.
We're gonna see what
Hurry,
Faran
my
looks
friend.
like.
But be careful. It is dark here.
I don't think it's dark. I don't think you have eyes. I think you're just a floating brain. I don't know how I missed... No, it's fine.
You are in medical observation lab.
Yeah, this is gonna be... Ooh. I don't know. I mean, this tone of this game is pretty close, I think. I mean, there's more silliness in Martian Gothic, but... with the dialogue, but... a lot of the way stuff looks, I think, would work pretty well. Who the hell are you? Ooh. Why were you in research? Whoa! And it's pretty science-y too, which Martian Gothic is. So they know how to do all that. I think you could mix the two pretty well. Still have the silly dialogue, but have the dark atmosphere. I mean, this game actually does do that with the bear. It is, like, a lot of the... there is pretty silly dialogue in this. And, like, one of the things that just made me think they must have played it is, like... how... you can often get, like, worthless information by what a character thinks of an item. Especially in this case it's the bear, but... that does that, but still. The last of my equipment was just delivered. My transfer from the mule to this forward operation laboratory is complete. I am so exhausted.
I like Oily Rag.
Oily Rag. It's just me and the bots for the next 6 weeks. 3 decades of education, experience, and challenging work have culminated in this appointment. I should be grateful. At least I'm still gainfully employed. Besides, I no longer have to connect with Dr. Simpson or that ghoulish trophy of hers that seems to stare right into my soul. No more lectures in her office or snide comments about my work. The slimmest of silver linings. The sooner I acclimate, the better. Air feels heavy with ghosts. The well is a thing of beauty. Saltwater cascades from the meticulously carved ancient sculptures spilling into the dark cavern below. A distinct smell rises from the darkness like petrichor after rain. What could be down there? It's only been 4 weeks and I'm already talking to myself, then responding. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I hate being alone in this newly christened Omega Lab. Survey drones revealed a complex artificial structure 100 meters below at the presumed bottom of the pit. This archaic machinery is still operational and milling something, at least according to the data. I'm sure the next team will descend into the pit and document what's going on, then keep it all hush-hush. Bots secured the pod for its autonomous maiden descent. The vehicle is cutting edge, providing a near 360-degree view, a hollow interface, and leather seats. Kane spared no expense on this beauty. Suspense is killing me. I just have to explore the pit. Tomorrow's my best chance. There won't be any sec drones during Kane Day festivities, and the techs will be too liquored up to notice. Kane Day, here goes nothing. The left side of my face aches, and the eye is twitching. I'm guessing this isn't normal. Feels like someone is forcing a viscous substance through my ear into my head. Jaw tightening, teeth chattering, relentless pain. Dr. Simpson, apologies for bothering you on holiday. I've been feeling increasingly anxious and distracted. Breathing is difficult. Earlier today I have had a terrible headache, and I think I started hallucinating. 2 days ago I took a pod down into the pit. A torrent of water prevented a full descent. I assume I passed out because I had no recollection of returning to Omega. I know I broke protocol, but is it possible to send a medical team to check on me? How is Reggie? Barely awake. Mr. Brygo, you will be transferred to a full-service isolation chamber on the Mule as you admitted to willfully breaking protocol. The procedure will be charged to your account. Medics have quarantined me inside Omega Lab. They don't think the infection poses any immediate danger to others, but they're just being careful just in case. My symptoms have gotten worse. It's difficult to move, although that could be from the meds. I have waking dreams and visions regularly. My memories are becoming increasingly confused. The worst part is that I only recognize what a memory is suspect after reflection. For example, while the medics were fussing over me, I recalled a favorite quote from a film, only to realize later that I'd never heard of such a film, much less seen it, and the line wasn't even in English. This experience has made me question all of my recollections. I know bodies in stasis can share dreams, but I am very much awake. What's going on? Jesus. Waves of shimmering blue wash over our offerings and join us in giving thanks. Bathed in such life, we sculpt totems to honor the gifts of the eaten. Wrapped in the comfort of shadows, we whisper a profound reverence. I was remembering how I used to scurry in the dark, the smells of dust, sweat, and blood, the hymns we sang. When did we last eat? No, I am here, drugged, paralyzed, this prison of thought. Voices singing, chanting, church bells, drums. I remember it, but it doesn't feel familiar. I eat others. I am consumed by my comrades. I watch as my bones are broken time and again. No, that's wrong. I'm who I am. Volkov is looking at me, pleading for death. He's sustained us, but he's come to his end. We're lost to the Republic, but our pride keeps us alive. Ugh. It will guide them to us. We bury and thank him. I break my bones to feed us. I am eaten. Who are you? I know you. Who of me knows you? You returned alone again. This is becoming a habit of yours. I hear the sadness in your voice. You talk of isolation. Am I your outlet? I appreciate that. I appreciate your company. I'm lucid when I'm not lost in my memories. You sound worse today. You sound worse every day. Are you feeling guilty? You did this to me, to anger. In anger and blindness, hate. I feel gratitude for being allowed to remember, loathing and peace. I want to hold you and comfort you. It draws me to him. I must break my shackles and descend into the well, across the bridge, through the dungeon and the bones, and onto the pulpit of God. Hey, I'm doing the reading. You don't have to. Lisa has been kind enough to give me access to the Mule internal database. Read only, of course. It helps keep my mind sharp. She is very kind. I look forward to your visit. I have forgotten much about who I am. I don't trust what remains. This could be permanent once I'm allowed to wake from this paralysis, and I am terrified. I struggle to remember my family. Recognize which family among those I remember is mine. The clues return only rarely. I have a firm grasp now. I think I've captured them for the moment. Could you get a hold of my wife, Elisaveta? Send a message. Tell her I love her. Fiercey's mad he can't read. Alright, let's find our brain. There he is. Yep.
Oh my lord.
He's just a brain.
Where is Ferran?
You are kidding me. What is it? Turn on the lights so I can see.
The lights are on.
I don't understand. Why can I not see?
You have no eyes.
I am confused. Where is Moses? If you can see me, why?
You don't have a body. From what I can tell, you're just...
A central nervous system. Your brain, your lymphic system, that's...
Of course, this happened in 7 Mansions.
There's nothing else.
This is the
You're
friend in
a
7
pod.
Mansions. What if that's the
Alone.
inspiration?
You're...
Wait.
I'm so sorry, Ferran.
Wait, I can't... No, I would remember. I would
never remember this.
You're lying.
Ferran.
You're lying.
Mose, back away from him.
Ferran.
Liars!
Yeah, he's definitely gonna probably use Moses' body at some point here. Body tubes. But this place has been... How does this place still have power? Power of love. Like, I thought its power was at... Well, maybe it wasn't. It's definitely not in the best of shape. This place. Oh wait, this the bear's in the higher up place though than the other two.
Recompression is in progress.
He's just never getting out of here. Power of love. What? Huh? What do you have? Scepter. Still that recording thing too. Huh? Back to bear. It's got to be more. That ghastly smell. Yeah, 7 Mansions. Your buddy was basically just a brain.
I always suspected.
What?
That this was hell. Now I know.
Ferran, will you unlock this specimen transport? I can use it to reach Charlie Mac.
What good will that do? There is no escape from hell.
That is a sad thing to say.
Mr.
Hope's favorite part of a story was the ending. because you didn't know what a story really was until the end. We do not know the ending. You have not reached yours. I have not reached mine. The story could still be anything.
You think my story is not at an end? You are an optimist.
We can find out together.
The rover I told you about. The Kalan.
Where is it?
In the recycling center ahead of you. It is larger than the one you encountered outside. I cannot attest to its seaworthiness, but there is a chance.
We'll take it. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's very possible, though. 7 mansions, even it's not 3 characters, it's 2, but, you know, very similar. Or both. I mean, if they know of one, they might know. I mean, then they know of probably know of a lot of obscure things. Games, I mean. What do I actually need? Do I need something? Atmoflux infuser? Me not know. Bear needs a card, that's all I know. But I don't know what he needs. Okay. Not that one. Does the object... Wait. Control processing, waste reclamation. No. There's only 4 destinations, I guess, so... Although... Recycling center... So I might have to actually have an object that the
story continues for all.
Ooh.
Perhaps. But to what end?
What end?
I can never leave here, can I?
It is still a story.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Bear. Yay, Mr. Bear.
I do not like tight spaces. In tight spaces, you are trapped.
He's basically Peepo. Do you see fire? I don't think that's what Mr. Bear was referring to.
I will leave soon. I will see the sky. I will see the sun.
You will, Mr. Bear.
If I cannot leave this place, my friend, then I wish it for you. Truly.
Farron?
Perhaps our stories are intertwined. We shall see.
Farron.
Huh? Is Farron a part of Mr. Bear now? But how? Zoom. Do it again. Yeah, how come she didn't have any keep her shoes on into the spacesuit? I understand, like, taking off the bulkier clothing to get in the underwater suit, but she has no shoes either. What then?
Looks like the equipment's all been stripped away. Looks humid, too. Mossy. Charlie?
Caliban?
What?
Caliban?
Who's Caliban?
Charlie, who are you?
Caliban?
You're here for Caliban. Oh, why am I not surprised?
Caliban? Who's Caliban?
The one she brought you here to find. It all makes sense now.
Moses is confused.
What did she do?
Can anyone hear me? Anyone?
No one brought us here.
You're a boat captain. You know the odds of stumbling upon any one specific object in the middle of the ocean are infinitesimally small. Much less during a storm.
No, I was there. I was there when...
He's right, Mac. We didn't just find the rig. I knew where to look.
You knew where to look.
I couldn't tell you. You wouldn't have said yes.
Yeah.
Yes to what?
Caliban!
Moses is very confused.
Trying to revive her daughter. Probably. Somehow trying to get something like that. What the... I'm not sure exactly what's happening here. Any of this stuff useful? Yeah, let's just touch it. There, it's fine. I just wasn't sure I could just touch it. Synthetic arm with pneumatics. Pneumatics are exposed, tubes bent, valves leaking, and actuators detached. Okay. Who the hell's Caliban?
Caliban? Can you hear me?
Yes to what, Charlie?
The deal I made.
Deal? You lied to me? You're saying Varan is right? You brought us to this hell?
You're too far past it now.
What the fuck are you talking about? Too far past what?
It will make sense in the end. I promise.
Charlie?
I promise, Mac.
Charlie!
Caliban!
What is happening? What the heck? Duplication station. What the heck? Huh? 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 Feinstein. Upon seeing the temple, Miss Chambers just seemed relieved. I know her appearance belies her age, but she expressed no joy upon witnessing this marvel. Marco told me about her condition. Could that have something to do with it? Something terrible was done to this woman. I'm aware of Marco's obsession with legacy. He seems to have just imprinted it on Pandora. Leaving no room for the pleasure of rigorous research, the joy of discovery. Sometimes I catch a glimmer of that spark in her eye, though, so I will help her find joy again. Temple recalls the architecture of ancient Mesoamerican civilizations, but as though warped, inverted in a funhouse mirror. The sun was paramount to these cultures. Their great temples were built to reach the sky, with their most important rituals performed at the apex. Here, everything directs your gaze downward. Should we assume their supreme deities were chthonic? How does this make sense? Apologies for not replying to your last message. I've had trouble sleeping lately, so I'm scatterbrained. I agree with your assessment of the scripts. The temple complex seems to have been constructed around a biannual event. You describe the mysteries pre-Olmec society called the Zib Hanal is mentioned on the Grand Diorite San Lorenzo Tenochtitlan. Their home was sort of Mesoamerican Atlantis sucked into the ocean, never to be seen again. Well, I mean, the city didn't start underwater. Well, here it is. I am convinced the temple was built by Zib Hanal some 2,000 years ago. Pandora, please, I understand your concerns about remaining here after the cave-in, especially with Colin's ill-advised project on the loose. Yet progress sometimes necessitates risk. We are so close to uncovering the true purpose of this place. Besides, do you wish to return to your father when you have only just left after the way he's treated you? Please stay. Enjoy the work a little longer, if not for yourself, then for me. How long does it take to drill hole? My medication is running out. Not that it matters much down here anyway. My insomnia is worse, I'm afraid. Won't be long before I start losing time again. I can't allow myself to get to that point. She's right, of course. I am deteriorating rapidly. It's those statues. Insomnia should have spared me the nightmares, but they infect my reality. Those beings are everywhere. Their cold black eyes boring into my soul. Yes, much as I'd love to spend more time studying this place with Pandoria, the situation could be more manageable. We must return. I've started to lose time. Where's Pandoria? Could I have done something for her, scared her, hurt her somehow? I must find her while I'm lucid. When I left so many years ago, I knew I was trading the comfort of family life for adventure discovery, and I never regretted it until I met Pandoria. These months working with her, I wanted them to last forever. I was so consumed by fantasies of a life with her, I ignored how scared she was. She was right to be scared. Her broken body lies below, and while I don't remember anything, I know I must be responsible. My violent need for companionship must have turned into real physical violence. There's nothing left for me here or anywhere. I've lived a selfish life, taking whatever I could for myself, never giving to others. Enough of this. Ugh. I'm out of breath. The hell's that? I think it's that wand thing I have. The duplicators. What do I want to duplicate? The wand? No, obviously not. I mean, I might as well try everything. But I don't have what we're going to be duplicating. Yeah. Dude, if I need a handprint from a cut-off arm, then there's no way they...
Damn door. Oh, come on. Come on.
What the hell?
Who?
Previously not added to active channels.
Cthulhu?
Caliban?
What the hell is this?
Are you behind the door? Open up. I can help you. I'm here to help you. I don't understand.
Caliban is not a who. It is one of the nine. One of the Newman. A Kane. AI. Charlie, what have you done? Holy hell. What have you done?
Life support module. What is happening? Kind of not sure where this is going anymore now. I mean, I think she must think that they could bring back her daughter. That's what my assumption is, but...
I still don't believe this. Still don't fucking believe this.
Not having the easiest time of it myself.
Oh, well, that's fucking ironic, isn't it, Charlie? Maybe you should have thought of that before
You wouldn't have said yes if I'd...
You got that right. I definitely will.
Is this the best of Yellow Leaf?
Yellow Leaf. Charlie, does this get any worse? Or have we hit the bottom now?
I was left here to rot. The audacity. The insult.
The male guy from Seinfeld?
You found a way to contact the surface. Yellow leaf. A yellow leaf frequency.
They want to help it.
Help it? They want to destroy Kane. That's all they've ever wanted. And if they get their hands on one of their AIs, they definitely can.
Do we like Kane? Yeah, but Kane's not
This isn't
good.
happening. This isn't happening.
Well, that guy's an idiot.
Charlie,
though,
this is one of the Newman. It's sacred. The fact that we're even talking with it.
What is it? What's wrong?
Access life support module.
A Newman.
We must save Newman so we can get the mail. Wait. Maintenance panel. Stem storage buffer. Exabytes. Buffer. Oh. Oh. Overflow air. Sis Hyman? Oh, I see. What the? Wait. Oh.
I think this is a stem.
What's a stem?
Biotech container. Grows over time. Lets you swap different functionality in and out of larger systems.
Well, I'm no scientist, but this one doesn't look very good. No. The stem is compromised, infected. It will cease to function soon. And when that happens, the Cain-damned Newman dies too. Language, Mark. A Cain-damned Newman.
Mac, if that happens, if it dies...
Let me guess. Your little deal with Yellowleaf is off.
Mac...
Don't worry. I'm not going to be responsible for killing a Newman. What do we do?
It needs...
What? A new body.
New
Moses
body.
is correct. Its memory must be transferred into a new, healthy stem. And where the hell are we supposed to find that?
There has to be more stems in this place somewhere. Any large piece of complicated equipment will have one.
You will need more than a stem. You will need a system capable of transferring the AI's memory engram as well.
Oh.
As if we didn't have enough to worry about.
Newman. He's Newman. Mr. Newman. We'll save Newman. Okay, yeah, he's still in there. It's kind of funny. Okay, what am I doing? Cable break failure, water flow blocking descent. Yeah, I don't actually know what to do here yet. I guess I have to find something. She might be able to combine something here. Yeah. What the heck is this?
What is that? They look like, giant water wheels?
Emphasis on giant. One's not spinning, though.
The source of your problem. The excess water blocks the tunnel for your descent. You will need to get the wheel moving in order to proceed.
And fix the brakes. Someday something's gonna go my way in this place.
I would not count on it.
Biotech service
Something
station.
tore through here. Ripped this place apart.
Anything still working?
Checking. Stand by. Charlie, what is this? Surgical stuff?
Biotech surgery, yeah. For working on biotech components.
data storage navs locked in position.
Gotta get through this to get to that wheel mechanism.
Doors. Always doors. One after the other.
Always
Yeah.
doors.
Definitely a trend, isn't it?
Hopefully they say I like it when a door opens. That will confirm everything. Hit it. Synthetic arm.
Aha! I like it when a door opens.
Could pry something open. Dead meat has its uses. Okay then. What did this need? Oh, I can just add more stuff. Meat? What the heck? What is this thing?
How the hell?
An underground beach?
It's fresh water.
It goes back so far I can't see. I do not like this water.
Doesn't like the water. What the? Or is that where I came from? Or wait, what is
I
this?
believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
That is where I came from. How did Cassandra do it? Rapture. I think we found hail. Something like that. It's always hell. Where's Cthulhu? Meat? Oh, those people. The real Cthulhu. So I put that on there. And then what? Then what? Mr. Bear, what are you doing? Meow. Yep, pretty much. Well... Oh, yeah. What do I need to do now?
Wow.
Wow. Huh? What? Tongs and... Huh? No? What? Oh. Wait a minute. Give me this stuff. Hold on. Really though? No.
Oh man.
There.
Bet this thing could bend metal now.
There. Figured it out. We figured it out. Or did we? Or did we? Is there more I need to do? Or maybe... What is this? Oops. Oh, you don't... Hold on. Maybe I need to... combine this with something? Oh, wait a minute. There's another possibility, though. Another... What do we want to... I am confused. I thought that had to be it. Like it had to be... Oh, that's that picture. I was like, what the hell is that extra circle? I don't... Huh? Huh? Well... I'm not sure. What was this? Their ability to force most things. I wonder if it's just like not registering again like earlier. Maybe I was doing the right thing earlier. Oh, and then there's this. Forgot about this. Do you want a hand or one of these, or how about this? This? No. Some data? Not sure here either. Here, have that. No?
Help me, please!
Help me, please. It's getting late. Well, if only we aren't stuck for hours on basically nothing. Oh, we attached a pneumatic thing to it. Yeah, that's what it started as. But see on the top? That there's that thing attached to it. Oh, here's this battery thing. Not that I really have anything to charge. I still haven't found a battery. Forgot about this though. PDA, and then this. Could there be like more in here? I don't think so. Yeah, we're done with him. Are there any more This is only what I need. Something else going on here? Any spare parts?
We'll break out the beer and nachos.
Murder. That boulder punching asshole!
What am I missing this time? Like, there's not much here. Oh, boulder punching.
Hope I don't have to write a report on this.
Oh, what the hell? Might have to finish this tomorrow, Jesus. Like, I think I'm right at the end, though. If we kinda... Or at least pretty damn close. I might be wrong, but I assume once he gets down there... Actually, might not be. Like, there might be a whole nother chapter. I'm really tired, though. Can't think, and I need to think. Alright. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and finish tomorrow because I'm just tired. And tomorrow's gonna be probably 2 streams, potentially.